I keep repeating my concept to you.
It's a good concept.
Sure. But because I'm on mushrooms, I have to tell you it 5 times. Before I actually start streaming, which is what we're doing. Now that we started to stream, I'll probably tell everybody on the stream everything I say 5 times as well. Now that we started streaming, I'll probably tell everybody on the stream 5 times as well. I'm not going to repeat it. I am actually streaming. I confirmed that. And I do want to explain that my title is true. Okay? The reason I couldn't live stream before was because I was trying to live stream as Eric Strauss. And I forgot 2 things. Eric Strauss doesn't want to live stream. Talking to the fan people does. And Eric Strauss is not allowed to live stream. But talking to the fan people is. So, that's why I shouldn't log into YouTube as Eric Strauss. Except YouTube has this strange rule where it will not let me see what I purchased from YouTube unless I'm logged in as Eric Strauss. So, talking with famous people is not allowed to see whether I have purchased The Office. Only Eric Strauss is allowed to see that. Which is why I was logged in as Eric Strauss in the first place. Because I tried to see what I just bought, forgetting that talking with fan people didn't buy it. Eric Strauss did. So I do get the rule. It's actually a good rule. The only issue is I'm trying to live stream on mushrooms. So everything that requires figuring anything out, just throw it right out the window. It's not something that Eric is going to be able to do on mushrooms. Like, why can't I stream? I actually figured that one out right away. Didn't take long. But it did surprise me for a second. Like, what's going on? Why can't I stream? Am I in trouble or something? And I realized, no, I'm not in trouble. I'm Eric Strauss. Eric Strauss is boring. He's so boring, YouTube doesn't even let him stream. But talking with famous people now that's something exciting, right? Because not just talking with regular people, that would be fine, but not as exciting as talking with famous people.
That's sad.
Yeah. Well, as Office Space has taught us all, each of our both missions and duties in life is to have more flair on.
I don't like any flair.
And that's why you're getting so yelled at by the manager. Oh, you took mushrooms as well.
Wow. Hey,
What a wonderful idea you had. That was such a good idea you had. You're some kind of genius.
I took some mushrooms, but not a lot.
I mean,
Because
you had probably over an eighth. But you're a bit of an old head too now.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I tell you what seems to me always a good idea. Except when it's the day after you take mushrooms, in which case it's a bad idea. Unfortunately. But other than that, what I think is always a good idea is eating more mushrooms. I just think that's the best idea ever. Today, I was frustrated momentarily by a tiny problem. So I said, that's it. I'm going to get mushrooms. How dare the world? I mean, the thing that frustrates me is so strange. I call the Caring Transitions people who took all of our stuff and are auctioning it off, and they can't answer any of my questions unless I tell them the name of the people who helped us. And I don't remember their names at all. I didn't even think they had names as far as I was concerned. They were just that guy and that lady. You
Yeah,
know?
like I thought they were the main people.
I tried to describe them to the lady. I said, well, I can describe them to you. They're an old lady and old man. Both of them have white hair. And then the guy who did most of the work had red hair. And she said, we have like 9 agents here. I thought, and you still can't figure it out?
Yeah.
And again, why is it that I can't tell you my name and address and you figure out what I'm talking about? Because after all, the job you did was for me at my house.
Yeah.
So how can you possibly have a system that requires me to tell you the name of the people who helped me before you can answer any questions? Like, what a terrible database. What a terrible database architecture, I should say, you know? Like, that's not how you set up your database architecture at all. You need to label it elevator. That's how you set up a database architecture. First, you label our elevator. Then, you post a sign beneath the label, correcting the label. We're very sorry, but the label above is incorrect. This is, in fact, not an elevator. That's how you start any good database architecture. First, you label an elevator, then you explain a smaller sign in smaller words is not an elevator. If you haven't done that, you're making your database wrong. Most of all, though, how can you not answer any of my questions? Like, what? I get that you're maybe it's your busy season and you're cleaning out a lot of dead ESTJs' houses full of a bunch of beer steins and other unique things that should allow you to determine who I am and what my relationship is to your company. Maybe it's the super busy season, I guess. But it just seems strange to me. But regardless, I was very glad it happened. Because that was the moment when I realized, instead of calling Caring Transitions, you should be buying mushrooms. Dummy.
That was the answer.
Yeah. Thank you, Caring Transitions, for being so bafflingly, strangely unable to answer my questions. Because you reminded me what's important. Like, why aren't I buying mushrooms right now? There's a store I know now that has this right near me that sells mushrooms. And guess what? When I went in there today, they actually had actual mushrooms. Last time I went in there, they had sold out of all their actual mushrooms. They only had like candy bars with mushrooms or these syrups with mushrooms. And the other girl, not the girl that was today, recommended these cough syrup ones that were a poor choice. They made Rachel puke. They made me feel nauseous for an unusually long period of time for mushrooms. We mostly napped at the beginning of the trip, and then we drove to CVS to get peach rings. And after Rachel puked, she felt fine. She felt better.
Yeah.
I felt my nausea eventually went away, but I did find it still a very strange mushroom trip, which is not. It's like mushrooms are supposed to do the same thing every time. I don't know what's going on with that. Those cough syrups, they were a bad recommendation. This girl that I dealt with today, I liked her. She seemed to know what she was talking about, and she hooked me up. So it's like, we're giving you an extra gram and a half of mushrooms for free. Like the dumb lady was like, I measured out the mushrooms, and it's instead of 24 grams, it's 25 and a half grams. I don't know what to do. She like took a mushroom and like, should I break it in half? It's like, this was the dumb girl there. She calls over the smart girl, and she's like, oh, you're supposed to get 24, but it says 25 and a half. I don't know what to do. She kept like picking up the little tongue things that you're supposed to use to pick out the mushrooms and then putting it back down. She also didn't use the tongue things to put the mushrooms in the bag. She just used her fingers. So this girl is really dumb. Anyway, she called the smart girl over, and the smart girl, who's structured herself to maximize tips, to put it that way, right? She's young, she's got big tits, and she's showing almost all of them. And she's like my daughter, though. She's a TI user, not a stupid girl like that stupid girl who told us we should get the cough syrups. So it's like she knows how to get tips. She knows how to deflect pervs, and all men are slightly pervs. And she's smart, unlike the dumb girl. So she says, get these particular chocolates, and we're giving you an extra gram and a half of mushrooms for free. Which is the dumb girl's like, oh, no, obviously you break a mushroom in half, you idiot. You know, it's like she said, but the smart girl is smarter than me. She says, we're giving you an extra gram and a half of mushrooms for free. And of course, I give her a nice tip.
That's what works.
Right. So, in the end, I ended up getting almost. This is hard to figure out. Never mind. This is too hard to figure out because I got four. I don't even remember exactly what we got. We got two of those candy bar things, and they're normally $30 a piece. She's like, "What if you get two of them? They're $25 a piece." I said, "Well, of course I want two of them because I always want as many mushrooms as possible." And she's like, "Well, these mushrooms here, are this much money, but if you get this much, they're lesser." Like, like you get a discount. So it's more money, but it's hard to, things like tea, things are hard to explain for me on mushrooms. But anyway, the point is, you buy more mushrooms, it costs more, but it costs less more than it should. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I don't know how to describe that. There's a word for that, but I don't know. It's like, what's it called? Like, you go to those stores that you buy huge amounts of things, and then
Wholesale?
Not wholesale, but it's like the more you buy, the cheaper per unit it gets. I don't forget how to describe that. And because I don't like to describe that.
Bulk shopping?
Yeah, maybe balkism or something. I don't know what that's called. Yeah, buying in bulk is one. Yeah, bulk shopping, I think, is the right term for it. But the idea that the concept that when you buy just one of something, it costs the maximum it's going to cost. And if you buy two, each of them cost a little bit less. And if you buy three, each of them costs a little bit less. Like that concept, I don't know what that's called. It's just buying in bulk is not a good enough word for that concept because it's not explaining the concept, right? It's just it's just saying you're buying in bulk, so it's you're getting a shit ton of it, and it's cheaper than if you were to buy small amounts over and over again to get it to be the bulk, right? It describes the phenomenon fine, but it doesn't describe the concept fine. So I want a word for that concept, not for that phenomenon. Yes, I get that people buying in bulk is a thing that people do. It's not a word for a concept. A volume discount. Okay, now that sounds like a word for the concept I'm talking about, almost. But it needs to be something like progressive. I gotta go smoke a cigarette and I'll think of a good word for it. It needs to, it's something that's very important that it has the right word for it, and apparently there is no word for it yet. So I will come up with the correct word for it. But it's going to require an entire cigarette's worth of time to do.
Can I propose something?
I don't know, can you?
Yes.
Okay, well, there's the answer to your question.
Maybe around 7 o'clock, I'm going to feed the cats.
Oh, right. I forgot about feeding the cats again. In other words.
And keeping the stream going, though.
Oh, keeping the stream going.
Yeah, like.
Oh, of course, yeah, those are both great ideas. You may not just propose them. You may say to me, Eric, you idiot, you gotta feed the cats, we should also keep the stream going. That's not a proposal. That's you being right again and me being
No, I just have.
And also because you're an INFJ, you're gonna be super nice about how you put it. Which I
No,
love
it'd be
about you.
annoying.
Which I love about you and don't mean to criticize. I constantly am like correcting you for being how I want you to be, which is so insane.
Hey, Miss Fortune.
Okay. I'm going to smoke a cigarette and then go work that thing. How many objects do I need? 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's about the limit of my ability to talk solve.
We did a lot of TE today. Like planning out everything for, well, not everything, but a lot of things that we have to take care of for the move. So we have to, in order to get the medication that keeps the cats calm and sedates them, we had to bring them to the vet. So we have to figure out why, like, how to get trouble. PP doesn't like the carrier. She doesn't like the carrier, but she goes in. Trouble is a stray cat, so He doesn't. Um, I'm sure he doesn't like the carrier. So we already planned on like wearing like long gloves to put him in because he'll probably be scratching. I don't even know how it's gonna go, honestly. But we have to bring the two cats in we have to bring them to the veterinary center, and then the veterinarian will give us the drugs for the cats for the trip to Mariposa. Then we also got a call from David saying that the family whose house we're buying want to take some of their like personal items from the home. Like they said that like there's a china set, like a family heirloom, and Eric and I were like definitely sure that's fine. Then I was like, well, are they going to take the TVs? So Winston's mom says, Rachel, you could put a small blanket or towel in each center, and this makes them a bit snugger. That's a good idea. Eric had mentioned that he's gonna put like a shirt or something of ours, like the smells of us, in the carrier. So, um, yeah. Mrs. Mom also in the contract on the new house, the realtor should list everything that stays, including curtain rods. Huh. So maybe that's why David had to ask us if it was okay. Because this is these people that we're buying from, it's their like vacation home. It's not their main home. So um yeah. But that's something to keep in mind for sure. That it should say in the contract. Because in the I mean, we were told that we would be getting the like it fully furnished, and I was including the TV. So anyway, so we had to call David again, and David was gonna ask if the TVs were gonna be included. Right. So that's why I was like, I called David to see. I was like, hey, like, does this include TVs? Because we were thinking that, like, we do have like we have two TVs that we can bring with us, but there's one in like the living room space that just fits the space so well. Like it's already mounted and everything. It would be so much easier if we didn't if we had the TV there, but I mean, I I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. David's got to get back to us on what the family's taking. and I mean, I hope they take, like, I don't care if they take, like, picture frames, and, like, there's still, like, shampoos and conditioners and stuff that needs to be cleared out. Like, the house is not cleared out. They don't use the house. It's a probably like it's just a vacation home, so there's stuff that they've, like, left there and just haven't thought about. And now that we're coming close um to moving, now they're like, okay, we have to go in and actually, like, get some of our stuff. Mrs. Mom says you can ask specifically about that TV, and they may ask a small price, but I bet they would be willing to leave it if it's mounted. Yeah, like, I would think so. I thought fully furnished would mean TV too, because I think of TVs as furnishings, but it's not really. This mom says, ask the realtor if they plan to hire cleaning service before you close. If not, then you can hire a local service to clean out the medicine cabinets and make the house ready for you. So that's interesting, because I wasn't even thinking that we would have to, like, empty out the medicine cabinets.
They still hasn't called us back about the flight, about the TVs.
Yeah.
And
And Winston's mom said that contractually it should be in the contract that.
Yeah, it should be. But the problem I have, I don't read things. I just decided to intuit that because furniture should include TVs, it will.
That's what I just said.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, as I always do, but I got two things to say. First of all, constantly correcting me for being how I want you to be is a terrible thing to do to a human being. I am very, very sorry to do it. I do not know why I'm so stupid. Anyway, that's about half of my attention was spent on that. The other half was spent on figuring out what that thing should be called. And I figured it out. You should pay me more when you make me work more times. The problem is not, it's not an issue of quantity at all. It's an issue of frequency of work. So, if you go in and buy one plate every day, you're making me sell you a plate every day. And it doesn't matter if the reason you're only buying one plate is poor, you're still making me work more frequently, so I'm still going to charge you the maximum price. If I buy 1,000,000 plates at once, you are making me only work one time, and then you're never going to have to sell me another plate. I'm never going to have to sell you another plate. So I'm going to charge you the least per unit because you're making me work the fewest number of times. That's what it should be called. You get a better deal when you make me work fewer times.
Oh, you're talking about yeah.
The thing I said I was going to figure out what the proper name for it was before I left, I did figure out the proper name for it and the whole explanation of the whole concept, which is, but I only used half of my attention on it. The other half of my attention was mostly spent on being mad at myself for correcting Rachel for being how I want her to be.
How do you want me to be?
Exactly how you are. So why am I always correcting you?
It's only when you're on mushrooms. I don't think you're always correcting me.
Dude, I do it all the time. You say thank you for something. I say, don't thank me for that. That's wrong. It's like, I do it constantly, right? Stop correcting you for being how I want you to be. Eric, completely stop it. Like, quit drinking. Like, abstain completely from it. Rachel is the last person in the world, the only person in the world you should not correct. She's the only person in the world who's more right than me.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very insightful of you.
Well, I am very correct.
You are.
I'm not as right as you,
You are correct.
but I am very correct.
Yes, you're very correct.
I'm so correct that I corrected myself about the percentage of attention that I spent on the two questions as I was walking from the elevator into the room. I said, no, it's not. No, Eric, it's not true that you spent 1/4 of your attention thinking about the name for that thing. It was maybe 40%. No, let's be honest, it's probably about 50-50. That's what I did as I was walking to the room, so that I would make sure that I had the right percentage of my attention. I also wanted to say, because I was thinking, I figured this out in just half a cigarette, not even a whole cigarette. But reality is, I figured it out while walking down. About half of my attention was on that, while walking to have a cigarette and smoke half a cigarette. Then I figured it out, not in half a cigarette, right? And I also had more clarity about how to express it on the way back up. So it would be incorrect of me to say that I figured it out in half a cigarette completely. And it would also be incorrect of me to say that I only had 1/4 of my attention on the question. It was about half of it. And the actual amount of time it took me to figure it out was the amount of time it took me to go downstairs, smoke half a cigarette, divided by 2, because half of my attention was on that question. Not that anybody cares at all how correct I am about that. And not that anybody should care at all about how correct I am about that, including me. But I do. I care that much about being correct that I spent that much time thinking about how much time it took me to figure that out. Which is insane, but that's being Eric.
Being Eric.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm the best at. I'm the absolute best at being Eric.
You are.
Nobody in the world can possibly be better at that than me. After all, I'm Eric.
You are.
Other people aren't.
Nope.
So I have to be the best at it. It's impossible for me to be wrong by claiming that I'm the best at being Eric. It's a safe assertion to make.
It is. You are the best at being Eric.
You're also the best at being Rachel.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
You're also the best at being a human being, as far as I can tell.
I appreciate the praise.
It's not praise. Remember, here I'm correcting you again, but this one I'm okay with correcting you. Remember, I don't praise or compliment people. What do I do?
Tell them the truth.
Mm-hmm. And also, I'm correct. Most of the time.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
You are. You are.
Sometimes I'm horribly wrong. But even when I'm horribly wrong, this is why I made this video, Why Life is Like Poker. Even when I'm horribly wrong, I still made the right decision intellectually, based on what I knew at the time.
I mean, I've been pretty wrong too. Like, I was wrong about Julie's diagnosis.
Yeah.
That was big.
That was hilarious. The thing is, you found it torturously shameful. I found it hilarious.
I'm just glad that I didn't say anything to your dad.
My dad came out and told us that, remember that Julie had melanoma, and he was like all serious about it. And then he left, and we're just like, melanoma, whatever. And then she died horribly of this torturous brain cancer like in 6
I was
months.
so wrong.
And she feels like I'm bad about it. But I find it absolutely hilarious. Like, just because it's like, it's an INFJ's worst nightmare.
Yeah, to be that wrong, to be that
But
wrong.
the thing is, of course, Rachel, remember, it doesn't matter at all whether you were right or wrong about Julie's cancer. It had no impact on Julie's cancer at all. It had no emotional impact on me. My dad didn't know. It has
Yeah.
absolutely zero
Yeah.
actual impacts.
Yeah, that's true. I know. It's like it's this thing
You
in my
just
head.
well, no, it's your tool function. You failed at your tool function, and so naturally you're like, what the fuck was I doing?
Yeah, like
Just
I
like
should
when I'm
just kept my
bad on
mouth shut.
TIs, it's like, how could I have been that illogical? What the hell was going on then? Somebody must have cheated on me or something, you know. But so that's why you get upset at yourself because you failed at your tool function,
Yeah.
and then you also get upset at yourself when you fail at your dominant function by thinking that Janet was a good choice as a realtor. Yeah, but I understand
She was the
why.
worst.
No, but I totally understand why you thought that, and also it doesn't matter that you were wrong
I was so
because you
wrong.
were right about this. You were right about the concept of respecting my dad's wishes. You were wrong that my dad wanted us to pick Janet,
It-
but that doesn't matter.
He literally just used the magnets because he liked calendars so much.
And
I thought
for some reason, he also didn't like to take
them
them down when it
down.
wasn't that
Right,
year.
so that in my mind, I'm like, oh, he must be talking to this woman.
Yeah, right. You thought them, and Janet described things like, "I've been sending your dad stuff for years," and Rachel thought that meant that she knew my dad somehow.
Yeah, yeah, like,
When it really meant she's been mailing everybody in the neighborhood shit for years.
yeah,
I guess that's why she phrased it that way, is because a lot of people, like Rachel, are going to conclude that she knew my dad. It never even crossed my mind that she might have known my dad. I knew exactly what she meant. She meant she mailed everybody in the neighborhood shit.
oh my gosh.
And
I'm so dumb.
no, you're not dumb. You're operating under the assumption that that person has intuition, but she doesn't. Obviously, or she wouldn't have for everything she did from the very beginning. It just reeks of anti-polar.
Yeah,
Like what she told me, I call a realtor because I concede off the bat. I don't know anything about real estate. That's why I'm calling a realtor. And I expect them to know about real estate. And I expect what they tell me about real estate to be true. And so when she tells me that she and Dean are partners and that he's her underling and that she's on a cruise right now, but she'll send her very competent underling to help, I just assume that's how real estate works. I don't know. I mean, that's why I call the realtor. I don't know anything about real estate.
yeah.
Dean was never her underling. He's a completely independent realtor and had nothing to do with Janet. But the thing is, Dean didn't want to tell us that because we hired Janet to be our realtor, not Dean, even though all of the papers we signed have Dean as our realtor. And Janet was just amending herself into the thing so she could get some money out of it. And then, completely acting as though she were our realtor, she came and told us that our house would never sell, get any offers higher than $1,070,000. And guess what also? That was exactly her offer. And that she knew for sure we wouldn't get that because she talked to somebody who told her that Asian people don't like suicides.
Yeah. That's literally what she told us.
And for a second, I thought, well, this sounds like a pretty good idea. It'll facilitate.
So
We'll get all
did
the shit out
I.
of our
Yeah,
house
I was
right
like,
now.
okay,
We'll get all the shit out of our house
man.
right now. We'll have a definite sale before our deadline. In other words, she solved a lot of our problems. And then I thought about it. But wait a second. Isn't she supposed to be selling our house for as much money as possible? Not buying it for as little as we'll conceivably take? You know, we tell her this information about our vulnerabilities as a seller because we think she's trying to sell our house for as much money as possible, and she needs to know what our vulnerabilities are. Not so that she can exploit them for her own personal gain and lie to us completely, obviously lie to us completely, or be incredibly bad at being a realtor. Because the thing is, we confirmed with our neighbor, there were literally hundreds of people who went through that house, wanted to buy it at the listing price of 1.15. We got 21 offers. The highest of them was 1.3 million, not $1,070,000. Nobody gave a fuck at all about the suicide, and she was just both straight up lying to us all the time, and the only reason most of her lies I just dismissed as like, well, that's just, she's trying to position it like this, but I know what it actually is. But when she was lying to us about real estate, I assumed she was telling the truth because, after all, I don't know anything about real estate, and that's why I called her realtor. I mean, she's so anti-polar and such a lying scumbag that Rachel couldn't intuit anything about her because she couldn't even conceive of somebody having so little intuition.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Dean put together a deal with some other realtor to successfully buy our house for $50,000 less than the maximum offer. But he did it the right way. There were 21 offers, and he got together with some realtor to say, look, these people will accept $50,000 less if you make it with all cash and no contingencies and super short escrow and super few problems. And he was right. And we did accept that offer because it was the best offer for us. And he got both the buyer's and the seller's commission. And he earned it. So I'm happy for him. He was there all week, literally showing the house to hundreds of people, and successfully got us 21 offers, which he listed and had on his sheet with all of the columns that told me all the information I needed to know. He wanted me to choose that offer that I chose, but he didn't need to worry about it because he had successfully made it the best offer for me.
So, Show Media wants to know, so it's a done deal, finito?
Pretty much. Not quite, but pretty much. Like, they've already inspected it and they're totally satisfied, and Dean told me they rushed to the bank to get the money to give us. So, they haven't waived all the contingencies yet because they don't need to they don't need to waive them at all. Just wait for escrow to end, right? Of course, I don't know anything about real estate, so of course I waive all the contingencies because I don't know anything about real estate. And David, who's trying to close this deal and who's a real estate genius, wants me to waive the contingencies because he wants to reassure the people up there that we're going to actually buy the house, which we definitely are. And we don't. And what I finally realized, when I finally read something Delilah asked me to read, because she didn't get it, like what it meant ultimately, was that the only thing you lose if you waive your contingencies is your deposit. We only have a $5,000 deposit because in Mariposa you only put down 1% of the deposit. So by waiving all these contingencies, I'm all panicky and shit until I read a piece of paper and realize, oh, I can pull out of escrow anytime for any reason. The only consequence is I lose my deposit. That's what escrow is, you dummy. Too bad you don't read things. Well, I mean, the thing is, what's been frustrating in this experience is it's forced me to learn things about real estate.
Yeah, you could give less.
It's so boring. I don't want to learn things about real estate.
Well, hopefully this, we're like learning now, and hopefully you won't have to do it again.
Well, here's what happens. We have one good real estate agent, David. We have one very lucky and successful real estate agent, Dean. But we have one really good real estate agent, David.
Yeah.
He put this whole thing together and made me look like a genius. The fact is, as soon as I learned that we couldn't pay for that house up there out of the portfolio without it being taxed as personal income first, I completely gave up on that house.
Yeah.
It was out of the picture at that point.
We both did.
Because, okay, well, I can't buy it now because I don't want to pay personal income tax on the money I'm going to spend for a house before I spend it on it. It's like, fuck that. Like, could you give money to somebody who does a poorer job of spending it than the government? I don't think so. It's like, that's the person, the entity that is least qualified to spend money is an entity that claims to have no personal interest. Of course they can't spend money well. Spending money well requires you to have personal interest. That's how you know whether you spent money well, is whether you're satisfied with how you spent it. So, of course I don't want to give the government any money. They're terrible at spending money. It cannot be any worse than spending money. So I completely gave up on the house. Then David calls us and tells us he's somehow ESFP'd this contingency buy for us. That's completely unreasonable conditions for them, completely good conditions for us. And David's all worried that we might lose $2,500 if we pass this date and that we'll be mad at him. I'm like, dude, we're selling our house for $1.25 million. I do not give a fuck about the $2,500, right? It's like the consequences for us. He called all upset worried because these people want to take their plates with them.
But it's good that he called about that.
That's why he and I are that's why ESFP and ENTP are colleagues. We're absolutely fantastic when we team up to solve a problem. We have both kinds of action and both kinds of deliberation. We're an action deliberation powerhouse when we're teaming up to do something, to accomplish something. We're not friends. David and I are never going to be friends because he's interested in totally different stuff than me. The only thing we have in common is we like drugs. ESFPs and I always have that in common. But it's like he likes drugs, I like drugs, but I don't. He likes drinking.
He likes drinking more, I think.
Yeah, when I said, look, dude, you're the only person I should be paying here.
Right.
And except for Dean, who totally earned his commission, but you're the only person I'm not paying anything to. What the fuck is going on? Let me at least give you like $1,500 or something. He said, no. I'm getting a commission. Just buy me a handle of vodka.
Yep.
said, well, do you like wine? Because it just seems like we've got these super fancy bottles of wine to give. A handle of vodka. I mean, okay, we'll buy you the best possible handle of vodka we
the
can.
best, yeah.
You know, but
because
it's
usually a
like,
handle of vodka is not so great.
you know, that's what you want as a gift for the unbelievable job you've done? Is a handle of vodka? Oh, ESFPs. David did not understand his own value very well, to me, even though I keep telling him. This is why we're a
Which
good
is like
team.
the totally
And this is why we're a good team. Because I am correct about things, and he's good at getting shit accomplished.
Yeah.
And he put the whole thing together, and this has got to be the most brilliant real estate deal in history. It makes me look like a genius. I did absolutely nothing. Except I did one thing right. I picked the correct listing price for our house.
You did.
That's the one thing I did correctly. Everything else I did was accidental at best. Like, I prematurely called a realtor to sell our house because I was mad at my dad still after I had heard that he actually gave me everything because I hadn't processed that yet. So I immediately was still mad at my dad for giving me everything because I'm dumb and didn't process that information yet. So I immediately ran home and called a realtor to sell my house.
Yeah, it's interesting. Someone in the chat, maybe 2-3 live streams ago, asked why you were selling your family home.
Because I hate it.
I mean, I thought, why not?
I mean, the answer to that's very obvious. I hate that house.
Well, now it's.
I've been
totally-
practicing hating it for months now.
Yeah.
Actually, this is one area in which I'm smart. If I'm going to sell a house, and it's going to take me months, I'm going to spend those months practicing hating that house, so that I don't miss it at all when it's gone.
That is the good practice of it. I mean.
And that's good anticipation of how you might feel bad later, and saying, I'm not going to feel bad later because I'm going to hate this house now.
Yeah.
That way I won't feel bad later. I know how to hate things. This house has lots of things to hate about it. These doors clanging in together, Rachel has to bend over in the ridiculous frowning washing machine. And again, the aesthetics of the place were completely ruined by my dad's stupid remodel, which may have been more useful to him, but made the house hideously ugly.
Let's go feed the cats.
Oh, I forgot all about it again. Good thing I have Rachel. Thank God for Rachel.
2 heads of everyone.
Thank you, God, for the best gift anybody could possibly have ever even conceived of giving me when you delivered Rachel to me.
Thank you. I feel the same way towards you.
I mean, I love my daughter enough, but I also feel responsible for her because I can. So I'm less thankful to God for the latter because he had less to do with it. I really should be thankful to you because you made it happen. And I may be giving too much credit to God. It seems strange to say that, but I may be giving too much credit to God here.
Well, maybe it was an act of God.
I mean, God definitely approved. God empowered you with the cognitive function stack to be that powerful. But I think you did it, not God. That's
Thanks.
what God, and then that's what God
Thank
wants.
you. Yeah,
God
that's what
wants
God wants.
us to
Yes.
do things, not God.
Yes.
He's like, I've already done plenty, you fox. Why do you keep asking me about that?
Please chat amongst yourselves. I don't want anyone who's like just came into the room to leave.
I was like, how much more greedy could your fox be? I give you this earth, all this wonderful things and everything. You guys continually fuck it up by killing each other and shit. And then you pray to me asking for stuff. I don't want your stupid worship, first of all. It's like, do you think that I'm an idiot? I'm God. Of course I don't want your stupid worship.
Sure.
I also don't want you to ask me for even more stuff. After I've given you this beautiful earth, forgiven you of all of your sins, gave my only son to be crucified, I do not want you asking me for even more stuff. You're lucky my son Jesus doesn't prevent me from sending more fucking plagues on you idiots.
Jesus Christ too?
I mean, Jesus is even better than God, right? Like,
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
righter than God.
He is right.
God keeps wanting to send plagues on people. I don't blame him because he's pissed. He's right to be pissed. But Jesus is righter to forgive. And we are correct to leave the live stream going and go feed the cats.
Yeah. The live stream will be fine without us.
I'm not worried about the live stream.
You said it.
in this hotel that decides for you what it's gonna do.
Yeah.
Like that's privacy please sign. That's privacy please sign. It's absolutely certain that it belongs on the floor inside the room. No matter how many times I put it on that doorknob out there, it insists that it belongs inside the room on the floor. You cannot open or close that door without this falling inside the room. It's ridiculous. Well, here's what happened back, Daddy. Of course, immediately upon leaving here, I'm just having a great time chatting with Rachel, talking with Rachel. Rachel and I talk all the time. Mostly me talking, but every time Rachel says something, it's fantastic. Anyway, Rachel's, of course, paying attention to what matters. She keeps telling me we need to feed the cats. She keeps telling me where we're going, what we're doing, that we're live streaming, stuff like that. Meanwhile, I'm like, it explains something. All right, but Rachel, listen to me explain this thing. And forgetting about everything other than how much I love chatting with Rachel, you know. Yes, Rachel and I love talking to each other. That doesn't make this relationship a mirage. It makes it a reality. They should call it, instead of calling it the mirage, they should call it the not mirage.
The not mirage. Yeah, because I always think of mirages as like, it's, you see it, but it's not there.
Well, sure. You don't like it when names of things that are good are bad.
Yeah,
It
especially.
makes me really mad. Oh my God, Rachel.
No freaking way.
It didn't come inside.
Oh, it didn't.
It didn't. It may even be on the doorknob outside. I'm shocked.
I'm shocked too.
But you know what won't surprise me one bit? Is if after looking away for a moment, if I go back over there, it somehow will have crawled inside the room. That sign has given us trouble since day one, and we have been at this hotel, I don't even know how many days now. We have 2 separate stays of like, at least a week. We're going to keep having to change the amount of days I'm staying because it's a real estate, you know? And everything's constantly like, well, when is it, like Dean is telling me, well, I want to make sure we leave the house staged until they like waive, that's the word, until they waive all their contingencies. And so I go, okay, well, that's fine. But the problem is they don't have to waive their contingencies at all. They shouldn't waive their contingencies. They just wait for escrow to end. These are the things that I didn't understand before, but now I do, right? Because unfortunately, I've been, or very fortunately, I've been the unwitting passenger on an incredible, like, heist that David engineered for me. And you know, and people keep lying to me. And it takes me weeks, if not longer, to figure it out. Because I keep assuming people are honest. Somebody lied to me today. And it took me, but I'm surprised I figured it out as fast as I did, actually. Usually it takes me longer than that. Somebody lied to me today and I figured it out today. That's surprising.
Yeah.
Because Janet lied to me from day one, and I just figured out some of those lies today. Of course, the problem is it's really easy to lie to me about real estate because I don't know anything about it. Of course, like any sane person, I don't know anything about real estate. Why would anybody pay attention to something so fucking boring? But that makes it easy to lie to me. And it makes it hard for me to figure out when you do lie to me. especially when you're my realtor. It's like Janet was telling us something. Basically, Janet was on a cruise. She could not accept our job. She was not only on a cruise, her daughter was giving birth in Michigan. She had a bunch of shit going on, right? That she couldn't be our realtor. That was the correct answer to me asking her to be our realtor to sell our house right now. So I'm sorry, I can't take the job right now. I got a bunch of other stuff going on. Instead, she told me Dean essentially was her underling. They worked together as a team all the time, and that she'd be sending her underling out until she could, but she'll be here soon enough. And it's important we meet because I'm actually the person who knows everything. So I'm Chinese, and this is Chinese buyers, right? The problem with your house, of course, is that somebody committed suicide there, and Chinese buyers are so superstitious that I talked to one person, and basically buyers are just running away from this house because of the suicide. Because Chinese people are so superstitious that even if it costs them hundreds of thousands of dollars, they just, the fact that the suicide was on this property is going to just, you'd have to pay me $500,000 to live in that house. A suicide's been here. I'm Chinese after all. And all Chinese people are that dumb. This is what our realtor was telling us. Is that, I'm sorry guys, we can't sell your house really because of the suicide. It's such a big deal. But I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Remember, this woman was never actually our realtor. It was always Dean the whole time. He's a completely independent realtor. Had nothing to do with her, except that they work for the same broker, Coldwell Banker, or whatever it's called. Is that what it's called?
Yep.
Yeah. And she was just, and he was our realtor the whole time, and she had engineered this thing where she gets some money out of it, okay? Positions herself as the head realtor. Dean doesn't try to do my job for me. Dean's great. He doesn't try to do my job for me, right? So when he's all worried about, like, well, I didn't tell you how horrible she was. Well, you shouldn't have. That's my job to figure that out, not your job to tell me what conclusions to have about things. You just provide information you just be honest with me. That's all you need to do. Be honest with me, and you'll be shocked at the wonderful outcomes you receive. Dean probably is like, how can these people be happy that I'm getting both the buyer's commission and the seller's commission? I can tell you how. You did a great job. You did a fantastic job of number one thing, not lying to me. Telling me the truth, being straightforward, and even though telling me things you didn't want to tell me, because like everybody, you assume you know what I care about, incorrectly. But that's fine. That's acceptable. You assume you know what I care about, and you're scared that this is going to make me mad. That's fine. I understand that. It's like you have your assumptions about things just like I have my assumptions. But you told me the truth anyway, right? That's the point, is that you were wrong about what I cared about, and even though you thought I was going to care about this and be mad about it, you told me the truth. And let me do my job, which is not care about that, but care about the correct things. And magically, because God is good, things work out, right? What I told him from the very start is I want everything on the straight and narrow. I want no bullshit.
Who said that? Who said that? You're on the verge of committing suicide.
I was just trying to get us like SWAT or something. Not even at my house, idiot.
Oh my God.
I'm in a hotel.
Terrible.
So it's going to be impossible for you to get me swatted or whatever. Of course I'm not. I could not be any happier, right? The only thing I'm mad about is that people keep lying to me. Not Dean. He did a great job of the only thing he needed to do a great job of, telling me the truth. Some things I didn't even ask, he'd tell me the truth about. But I only expect him to tell me the truth about when I ask him a question and he answers it. That's all I expect. I don't expect him to volunteer information that I don't ask for. I don't expect him to inform me of things that are blah, blah, blah. I expect him to answer my questions honestly. That's my expectation. So, who's this hateful scumbag? Let me ban him from the channel. Hateful scumbag, you aren't welcome here. Hateful scumbag, I hereby hide you. No hateful scumbags are welcome here. All such shall hide and hide away. There are no hateful scumbags here. They will not be tolerated in any way. I am the master of this space, and I will hide you, hateful scumbag. Thank you. CJ, you're playing defense attorney. I get it. I once played defense attorney for somebody who deleted my videos. You want to be defense attorney, I get it. But the thing is, viewing the deleted message, you lose the case. Here. View it. Read it. I've been fighting demons lately, and I'd like to know how you do it. He's just saying, I've been he's not being genuine at all. He's pulling a fucking shitty version of, what's his name? Who's that hater that we like? The one hater we tolerate around here? Jeff Shaw.
Oh, Jeff Shaw.
Right. He was just doing a shitty job of Jeff Shaw. Right? Like, trying to imply that I'm fighting demons. That's the whole message there is all about how Eric is fighting demons, and if he's not considering suicide, he should be. That's the whole point of that whole message.
He should.
But I'm way fucking more intuitive than that guy. And I don't blame you, CJ, for automatically playing defense attorney. I do the same thing.
I mean, is there any truth to...
The possibility that the person might be genuine? No. He was totally exploiting that possibility in order to do that stupid shit.
Oh, so
That's why he was a hateful scumbag, right? He was exploiting the possibility that he might actually be emotionally, like, in trouble in order to get people to think that he might be genuine. You better not do that, Eric, etc., right? That's why he's such a hateful scumbag. Because he's exploiting something nobody should ever exploit to just be spiteful because he hates me. Like, I don't care that you hate me. Don't be such a fucking scumbag, though, right?
Well, I want to know where he heard that.
He didn't. That's the point, Rachel. The whole thing is made up to attack me. He never heard any of that stuff. The whole thing is made up as a shitty attempt to attack me. And the reason he's a scumbag is because he's exploiting something he should not exploit in order to get people like you think like, but what if he's being genuine?
No.
I'm not trying to correct. It's like to get people who care about actual people like me to go, well, I better be careful here. It might be genuine. But I'm way more intuitive than that hateful fucking scumbag, and he's not fooling me for one motherfucking second. Eric, have you ever heard of playing dumb to have people reveal themselves? I think it's a good plan. It's just not my plan, right? It's Rachel's kind of plan. I mean, Rachel's such a genius. She's got everybody thinking she's an idiot.
Yeah.
I'm such an idiot. I got everybody thinking I'm a genius. Right? That's how life works. And as I explained to Rachel in the car, I'm completely retarded about everything sensory, right? Like, when we got to the elevator, she's like, do you know where we parked the car? I was like, or do you know where you parked the car? She wasn't with me. That's why she had to ask, right? She wasn't with me when I parked the car that time. And I said, ooh, actually, I have no idea where I parked the car. Could have been over there, could have been over there. I can't remember walking in from the car. I'd already started tripping a little bit because I was starting to get emotional. I don't know, have any idea where I parked the car. Rachel intuited, he probably parked over there, and then we walked that way and it was right there. You know. And of course, she had to keep reminding me the reason we're going to the car is we have to go feed the cats. Because the reason she had to keep reminding me is because, of course, I was explaining something to her. She needs to have a lot of things explained to her. Everything that I understand, I have to explain to her.
You do though, because sometimes I don't understand.
Well, sure, but the point is, the reason I explain it to you is not because you need it explained to you, but because I like explaining things to you. You may or may not actually need it explained to you. And the thing that's funny is, I never check ahead of time whether you need it explained or
I like to
not.
ask questions and to.
Well, you're a receiver. You like to receive Eric's explanations.
Yes.
That's why our relationship is not a mirage.
I hope it wasn't. Yeah, it's not a mirage.
That's why,
It's
because
That's why then.
the thing, I keep joking about how like it's me being selfish and stuff, but the reality is, it's like it's perfect, right? You like to listen to me,
Yeah.
and yet are still capable of reminding me periodically of what's important.
And I feel so bad because like I'm like I don't mean to.
No, and of course I am always so grateful, and we keep doing this thing where we try to feel bad as a way to show that we love each other, right?
Yeah.
And it's silly, but it's just us. You know, we're gonna grow out of that, I think.
Right.
It's like this is how FI backslap we are, right? Here's how I show somebody I love them. I feel bad.
That's true.
See how much I love you? I feel bad about disappointing you. That's not love. That's a horrible relationship. But the thing is, what we're doing is not love. It's just being us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unavoidably. But the thing is, it's not as unavoidable as it is for everybody else. We can actually grow because we're that kind of intuitive that is well suited to grow from maps.
Mhm.
And and most importantly, don't want to forget this. We're the only ones with the correct map. That's why everybody else seems so crazy all the time. They're trying to get to McDonald's with a map of Scotland. Oh, I should additionally add that they're not in Scotland. If they were trying to get to McDonald's in Scotland with a map of Scotland, that would be fine.
Maybe that was Club ESFP's full channel.
Well, CJ, I get your defense attorney arguments. I concede them. that they are correct, right? You are correct, but I am right. Usually, I prioritize correctness, not with hateful scumbags. I'm not interested in applying correct rules to make sure I don't accidentally make an innocent man guilty, right? So the thing is, yes, in public concerns, it's better to let 10 guilty people go free than have one innocent person go to jail. But this is not a public arena. This is my YouTube channel. And my intuition is right about this. And even if it's wrong, I don't give a fuck. This is the wrong place to be a defense attorney for the wrong client. And I still totally get why you're doing it. Because you're correct. But I'm right.
Oh yeah.
And also, most importantly, I don't give a fuck. Like, I do not care about the person because I'm right. Because I'm so confident in my read on him. I don't care at all about him because I'm assuming correctly he's a hateful scumbag because my intuition is correct. So even if it turns out I'm wrong, as I've explained many times, you cannot evaluate the quality of a decision by looking to the quality of the outcomes. We've got amazing outcomes here. Amazing outcomes. I made only one good decision the whole time. Every other decision I made was bad. The one good decision I made was picking the listing price at 1.15. Every other decision I had was insanely bad. Like, I don't want to read these hugely important real estate documents. I will not read them because I find them boring. I mean,
Flake.
could you make a worse decision than that? But the thing is, the outcomes are great, right? Oh, so Eric's a genius. No, Eric's an idiot. But the outcomes are great. And you're terrible at determining how to evaluate decisions, right?
You're cool with drinking tap water, right?
Yes. Well, I don't like water really that much.
I know.
But it's fine. It's fine.
I'm just drinking.
I've been
because it's
drinking
here.
water. I don't care. I don't believe in any difference between tap water and bottled water.
Okay.
That's just bullshit.
Yeah, because
marketing.
it's fit. I.
Of course, I drink tap water. There's nothing wrong with tap water. People who think that there's something inferior about tap water to bottled water are just being dumb. In America, every place else in the world is not like that. But in America, okay, the tap water is fantastic, unreasonably good.
Except for Flint, Michigan, I think they have an issue.
Oh well, sure, okay. You again are right.
I don't mean to.
No, I love it. I love it. Because I vastly prefer being corrected than being wrong. You know, I think being corrected is a service you're providing me. I think being wrong is not okay with me. I don't like being wrong. So when you correct me, it's fantastic. But it's terrible of me to correct you for how you correct me. Thanks, CJ. You know, I really appreciate you because you get me a lot. You really get me. And you really get what I want to hear. And the reason is, it doesn't matter because, like me, you're not complimenting me. You're telling the truth about things. That's what I like about you. That's one of the many things I like about you.
You went the last guy. Because
No, no, no. No, I'm talking about CJ's comment, lol, Eric mic dropping.
Oh.
He's correct.
Oh,
That
yeah.
was, I totally fucking,
Yeah,
boom.
you do mic drop.
You weren't complimenting me, you were telling the truth about what happened. Just as you were the only one who was telling the truth about what happened at the end of that one live stream, right? When it was beautiful and touching and perfect, right? It was a different kind of mic drop. It was like an emotional mic drop, right? You were the only one who just, instead of whatever other things were happening, you just correctly described what happened, right? You just told the truth.
Oh my god. Ew. You're mean, Crazy Clips.
Okay, well, see, and this phenomenon is proof that I was right. That same person keeps coming back under these different things, right?
Yeah, we are being trolled right now.
So now you know for sure that there's nothing genuine about that first person, because this phenomenon is the consequence of me hiding that first person.
No way.
No, of course not, TJ. I'm talking about me, as usual. I'm talking about you being right about when I'm good and why and how. I greatly appreciate that about you. The only other person who does that a lot is Rachel. And she does that by correctly just being honest in her responses to things, right? Like, if it's funny, she laughs. If it's not funny, she doesn't laugh. If it's a great idea, she's like, that's a great idea. If it's a terrible idea, she doesn't say anything.
Because sometimes I just like to see things play out.
I can always read you by what you. It's like you're very easy for me to read.
Yeah.
That's like I know immediately if I bother to look at you and think about it at all. If I'm not just you know, you're very easy for me to read whether I can get the information I want, whether something's a good idea. The problem is I don't want to hear that, right? Sometimes it's like, so I'm not going to look at you and know if it's a good idea. I secretly know it's a terrible idea. If I look at you, I'm going to know it's a terrible idea at all. That happens sometimes. But, yeah, I love that so much about you, CJ. Being right about when I'm good and not saying, like, something's good, it's not good. Because I'm also generally right about that. It may be a little bit slower than instant, but you know, I don't want people to like my bad shit. It just means they have bad taste in stuff. Anyway, Dave Matthews doesn't care about that. Dave Matthews wants to sell Rachel some stuff.
Which is like crazy. I don't know how I got.
I'm actually thinking maybe we should buy some. just as a joke, right? Like, to buy it and be like, here's why Dave Matthews has no intuition at all.
Buy some of his art.
He's made all this terrible music and made shit tons of money by playing shit tons of shows and being like the Grateful Dead for retards. And with all of that money, and that's why he plays all those live shows, because that's how you make the most money as a musician, if you can sell out arenas. And he's created a following to like the Grateful Dead that follows him around like, Dave Matthews!
Yeah, that's my brother.
Well, I said the Grateful Dead for retards, but what I should have said is the Grateful Dead for retards, like the Grateful Dead, is also for retards. You know? But anyway, this idiot, he's made all of this fucking money so that he has. So what does he do in his spare time? He creates an email business trying to sell his fans his visual art. I mean, okay, dude, that's what you're doing for fun? Or why are you doing that? I mean, I get it's good to have more money all the time. That's fine. But you're super rich and you've chosen in your spare time to create an email business selling your stupid fans who are stupid enough to like your music, your even stupider visual art, like, that must have been pretty boring. That's a boring thing to do with your time if you're that rich and have no need to do it. Actually, I love those ones. I always consider those compliments. I'm going to read it out loud, in fact. This is a real compliment. This is why Rachel's so fucking perfect. It's fantastic. I love when people do this one. Why are you sharing a bed with your daughter, somebody your daughter's age? Rachel's 37, you tard, and she got carded. That's what a smart guy I am. I'm 51, and I'm with a 37-year-old who looks like she's 20. Ha 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 ha. Another mic drop moment for you. Of course, that's why I wouldn't go out with somebody under 30. That's the main reason, is the FE reason. There are other reasons as well, like, you know, 20-something-year-olds are going to change their mind about me when they get to be 40-year-olds or whatever. Rachel was 34 when I got with her, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
That's old enough that you're not going to change your mind about me in 20 years.
No.
So, the reason I'm fucking this hot girl is because I'm so smart. Because she's so smart. That's why I'm fucking this hot girl. Because she's so smart. She's so smart, and she figured out that if she just waited a little bit and played things right, all she has to do is fuck me and get everything she wants all the time.
I don't take advantage of you.
Of course you don't, my darling. Me giving you what you want makes me happy, like it should. I love you, after all.
I love you too.
How could you Again, we're doing that thing. We could not love each other any possibly more. And we keep wanting to feel bad to show how much we love each other.
Oh, my goodness.
And again, I'm correcting you for being you. Yeah. Eric, stop doing it. Sorry
Hey,
about that.
Karma's Pimp. How do you remember? It's on Monday.
But I forgot what I was super mad about. That horrible lady and their so-called system architecture, it took me all day to figure out, they don't have that horrible system architecture. She was lying to me for the dumbest possible reason. Money. And because she was assuming she knew what I cared about. Like a complete tard, like people always do. I mean, I do it too. I assume people know, I know what people care about too. I do that too. But I don't lie to them. Of course. Now, that's more like it. That is more like it. Thank you, Carnegie. Fine. You're right where you belong, on the floor inside the room. Because, of course, I committed the crime of opening the door. So, we got what we deserved, Rachel. That's what we get for opening or closing this door.
That's what we get. his mullet. God. Yeah, I'm turning 38 on Monday. And Monday we have a packed day. We gotta go to the vet. We have to do some other things. Okay. Like, I'm gonna read it. Who are you? Like, do tell yourself that to make yourself feel better about the fact that she doesn't see anything in you. You toothless donkey, you're nothing but a dollar sign to her. As long as she says she's happy. Wow. Flub? I don't think it is. I mean, I don't think it is. I think that flub is, I don't think it's Jeff Shaw either. I don't know. It sounds like Becky. I was thinking Becky. It sounds like Becky. Like one of those troll monkeys. Yeah, I know, right, CJ? Oh, like, what the heck? I think it's Becky because it sounds a lot like Becky. Becky, like, makes personal attacks at, or it's either Becky or one of Becky's friends. Because every time Becky or one of Becky, like, this girl, Taylor is one of them, they attack, like, his personal things. So, like, Becky attacked, she likes to use personal things to attack. Yeah, plan and catch up. Yeah. She's it's either her or one of her crew members. Honestly, it could be anyone. It really could be anyone. But it just sounded like remarks that she's said in the past. No, TV. See, I don't know. Like, see, I really don't know if it's Becky. I can't. It's like just a hunch, but I don't even think she cares about us being happy. I just think she doesn't like Eric that much. Her and her gang. I'm not even sure who we've ticked off recently. Um. Huh. Took me to a foreign site, so yeah, so it's just a random person then. It has to be a random person because um they thought that I was his daughter, so it was definitely a random person. I don't know why. Literally the first day that I met Eric in person, he said that there's just some people that hate him. Oh, I see, Mac Daddy. Huh. It's weird. I feel a little self-conscious now. I mean, which is exactly what like the troll wanted, but it's effective on FE people.
I just had a great time at the bar.
Oh yeah?
So I walked up to get another Clark Heineken to discover that our favorite bartender was in the middle of pretending to be interested in some guy's boring and I'm sure unsolicited explanation about real estate.
No freaking way.
Yeah. So of course I'm sitting there impatiently going like this, and she finally turns to me and says, "Hello, my friend," and deals with me right away, right? And I say, "Yes, we're here again on another stay," and of course I have to extend my stay another day because I keep forgetting that in real estate weekends don't count. And could there be anything more boring than real estate? I mean, who would want to listen to an explanation about real estate?
Gosh.
That guy was probably so non-intuitive if he didn't get it. So I said, and she's like, "Can I get you a glass?" She handed me a drink, like this. And I said, I should have gotten you one too.
It's okay.
Sorry.
Didn't think you were. It.
I was thinking about it. I was thinking, she said, "Can I get you a glass?" I said, "No. I would like to give you this $20 bill and take this." And she said, "Thank you, my friend." And I walked out and took my cigarette, and felt very good about having both rescued her from that and shamed that guy if he was intuitive enough to get it.
Yeah.
That's a great bartender. She was doing an impossible job of pretending to be interested in that guy's explanation.
That is difficult to do.
That's
so
a good
funny.
bartender. That's a good bartender who can pretend to be interested in that.
In real estate.
Oh yes, that's great. Yeah, she's like doing it for tips, I get it, but and also because it's her job to be polite to people staying at the hotel. But that's why I'm not a bartender. I'd be like, "I'm sorry, did I ask you to explain real estate to me?" I don't remember asking that. I get that you're drinking, but surely it can't impair your judgment that much that you'd think I'd be interested in your unsolicited explanation about real estate. That's what I would say, but that's why I'm not a bartender. I would get terrible tips. I'd be incredibly good at getting people what they want when they want it, right? I'd be incredibly bad at interfacing with the customers. Why are you talking to me? I'm trying to get people drinks. I don't want to hear your story or whatever. I'm trying to do my job. Not trying to listen to your boring real estate explanation. I guess that's my job too. Well, that's why I keep getting fired from bartender jobs. I guess that explains it, Rachel. I've always wondered, why do I keep getting fired from bartender jobs?
I
I,
never understood.
Man, I've been fired from like 20 bartender jobs. I was confused. Why do they keep firing me? I'm successfully getting all these people their drinks and everything. Isn't that what I'm supposed to do? No, you're supposed to be nice to them. But they're ordering drinks. They're not ordering nice. They're ordering drinks and food. If they wanted me to be nice, they should have ordered nice and paid for it, and then I'd be nice. I guess that's what getting tips is. That's why she's smarter than me, right? Because I think if you want me to be nice to you, you need to order it and pay for it first. I don't trust you to tip me because I'm nice to you. She's done a phenomenal job of making sure that we tip her extremely well.
Yeah.
You know. Well, she gets us. She's smart. She's an ESTP, which is almost like an intuitive.
Yeah.
It's almost like our kind of intuitive. Different kinds of intuitives are very different from each other. I shouldn't say that. I also wanted to correct myself about something I said earlier. I actually don't assume I know what people care about. I actually don't assume that. The only time I ever do that is with people that I love infinitely. I might assume I know what Rachel cares about. I might assume I know what Delilah cares about. But I would not do that in any other context. An example of this is how I was so confused about the planters. I didn't assume the hotel wanted the plants to live. I didn't assume the hotel whatever. I didn't assume anything like that. I was just curious as to the explanation as to why they had planters with no drainage. This also falls under the category of things with shockingly simple answers that took me a shockingly long time to figure out. The reason the hotel has planters with no drainage is because they don't want water on the ground. Obviously. Doy, Eric, it took me like a week to figure that out at least. But the thing is, what I didn't do at any point in that process was assume I knew what the hotel wanted. I was just trying to figure out, I was trying to figure that out. I was trying to figure out why the hotel made this choice. I was not assuming I knew what was important to them at all. I was trying to figure out what was important to them, but I was not assuming I knew. And in fact, I don't do that ever, really. I don't ever assume I know what people care about because it's not relevant to anything that I'm doing, right? It's like I'm caring about me, not them, as one should. And so, obviously, I don't assume I know what they care about because I'm not thinking about them. I'm only thinking about them when they do something like lie to me, or if they confuse me, like those planters did. confused me because, of course, planters, bulldozer man?
They asked how much I weigh.
I don't even know what that means. Bulldozer man. What does that mean? How much does Rachel weigh? Not very much. This is another one of those things you're trying to insult as a compliment. Yes, she used to be chubby, but then she lost like all that weight. Now she's super hot again. And she's superpower. So instead of insulting us, you just again complimented Rachel. Congratulations, you hateful scumbag. Of course, like all hateful scumbags, you're a complete idiot. So you can't even insult us without complimenting us.
Thanks, Matt Daddy. I appreciate it.
Rachel is fantastic. She like lost all that weight. She's fucking gorgeous. Believe me, I'm the person who's fucking her. I know. So, yes, she used to be heavy because when my dad kills himself by shooting himself in the head right outside of where Rachel was sleeping, she, like I, had coping mechanisms. And hers was food. But we've all processed that now. We're no longer in that crazy volatile period. And you just complimented us. How do you like that? That's fine, Mrs. Mom. I want to talk about them. Because why? Because I keep winning everything so mic-droppingly, decisively, shock and awingly, fantastically well. So of course I want to talk about them. Because they're trying to fight me, and I keep beating the shit out of them. And it's hilarious. For me, horrible for them. As it should be, because they're hateful scumbags. I don't care if they want me to talk about them. They don't want me to fucking embarrass the fuck out of them as I keep doing. I can guarantee you that. Which is exactly why I keep doing it. They can't possibly like this, those hateful scumbags. Because not only are they hateful scumbags, which they seem to be okay with, they're also such fucking idiots, they can't insult us without complimenting us. So, I mean, they've got to be, like, so frustrated right now. Like, oh, I'm trying to make this guy mad, and he keeps fucking crushing me like an atom bomb. It's fantastic. How can anything be better than that? Hateful scumbags getting their due desserts. I mean, the thing is, I attract the people that I'm the absolute world's most expert person at destroying. Because they think that because they can just hide behind anonymity and text that somehow I can't destroy them. Oh, you fucks. I can destroy you in text as much as I can destroy you in person, and I can smell you a mile away.
Here you go.
You know? See what a hateful scumbags you are? Look at Rachel. I mean, look at her. Right? She's incredibly hot. So, of course, Rachel, don't even
I'm
read
sorry.
it. Don't even read shit that tells you you're fat. Okay? Because it's ridiculous and it's
It even
it's just a hateful
it
scumbag.
sounds like BPD people say a lot of stuff like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, this person is determined to make us
Okay,
unhappy.
and
This is the definition of spite, right? He's putting all this direction and energy into doing harm for no other sake than he doesn't like me, right?
yeah, no, exactly. And knows personal information has been hanging around because he knows about the suicide. He or she knows about
And
the suicide.
he knows that you once were fat
Right.
and hasn't checked
Yeah.
in a while and has no intuition. So can't tell by looking at you that you no longer are. This is what I mean by hateful scumbags consistently being incredible tards as well. It's like telling Rachel to go to the gym.
I think it's a
Rachel
shame
doesn't
too.
need to go to the gym to lose weight. That's the incredible thing. She's
First
an
of all, I
INFJ.
like going to the gym. I think people who like going to the gym are weird.
Right. I wrote a song in which I specifically critiqued people for going to the for men telling women to go to the gym because they're that fucking shallow and stupid. So I'm a dude, so I'm a little bit shallow, and I'm a little bit of a perv, and I do care a little bit about that stuff. But I'm not so stupid that I would think that Rachel needs to go to the gym because she's superpowers. She can lose weight without going to the gym. She doesn't have to do. She can barely move around at all, and she can just drop pounds like that. It's incredible. I've seen Corey do it too. It's incredible. It's INFJ superpower. They can change their weight at will. Whereas me, I could eat a million things. My weight doesn't change. I could eat nothing. My weight doesn't change. You know, it's just, we're different people and different bodies
Yeah,
and different
it's
everything.
different.
You know, it's like.
Mm-hmm.
But the point is, any talk about Rachel being fat is just a compliment of her, of how much, of how she somehow magically, unlike other fat people who, when they lose weight, can't regain their original hotness. Rachel doesn't seem to suffer from that phenomenon. She just loses weight and is just like, she was never fat. It's magic power. So, yeah. And this is a good definition of a hateful scumbag. Exploiting Rachel's coping mechanism after my dad shot himself 5 feet from where she was sleeping. Okay, exploiting her coping mechanism to be spiteful, to make us feel bad, right? For the express and the only purpose of making especially her feel bad, and an attempt to a successful approach of making me feel bad.
No,
That's a good way to make me feel bad, right? Is to make her feel bad. But the thing is, that's what a hateful scumbag you are. That you're willing to exploit anything in pursuit of your spite. And so it doesn't matter why you're that damaged, you don't get excused for it. Because I've seen BPD people who are not hateful scumbags. I've seen people with bipolar mania and psychotic episodes who are, no matter how much of a fugue state they're in, no matter how fucking nuts they are, no matter how much they mistake me for a previous boyfriend, um, at no point are they lying or being hateful scumbags. Even when they're completely psychotic break, this woman never lied or was a hateful scumbag at all. So I don't care what your reasons are, right? I don't care how bad a childhood you have or what disabilities you have or whatever else. There's never any excuse for being a hateful scumbag. There's never any good excuse for it. You should always be shamed and ridiculed for it. And as always, you fucked with the wrong guy. Because I would just consistently destroy you every single time. And you just get more and more and more frustrated. And I just find it more and more hilarious. And who else fucked with the wrong guy? Caring motherfucking transitions. The reason we accepted their shitty deal was because they promised me transparency and a printout with all the detailed information. I understand the deal's shitty. I agreed to it. I agreed to it for my reason. Because I like transparency. I call these people. They tell me their system architecture is that the only way they can answer any questions that I'm asking is for me to tell them the name of the people who helped me originally. And I believe them. I just think, wow, like, what an incredibly shitty system architecture they have. I wonder why they have this system architecture. Okay, well, I'll find out their names. I asked Cameron, who knows their names. And in fact, who also points out to me, he tells me correctly what their names are and says, and if you scroll up in our text, you'll see I've sent you their names before. And I say, oh, right, thank you, Cameron. And I scroll my text, and sure, his name's Steve, and the other guy's name's Peter. And I don't know the lady's name, but I got two names now. So I call them back with the two names in hand, ready to provide them. They don't answer the phone. Huh. They're still open, but they're out of the office all of a sudden. I just think, wow, how frustrating. These people are so retarded with this horrible system architecture, and then they're out of the office when I call them back. Fuck it, I'm just going to buy a bunch of mushrooms. And then, eventually, I realized, they don't have that system architecture. Nobody could possibly have that system architecture. They're a company that goes to people's houses, clears out all their shit, auctions it, and either sends you a check or potentially a bill or potentially nothing, but promises transparency about the whole process. How could they possibly have a system architecture in which I can tell them my name and address, the house they worked at, and they have no idea what I'm talking about until I tell them the name of the people who originally helped me? It's impossible. And I realized, oh, she was lying to me. That one I figured out pretty quickly. That one only took me until the end of the day. But it helped to be on mushrooms. Mushrooms makes me more insightful, but more of a dick about it too. And it also makes me repeat myself more. But I'm trying to fix that because Rachel doesn't like it. She never tells me she doesn't like it, but I can tell. No, it's just let the moderators do their job.
I was just curious. Of course I have.
Oh,
to know.
you wanted to see what it said. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you were. I thought you were trying to hide them.
Oh no.
And you were trying to see what it said.
I want to see what it says.
Well, like me,
yeah.
you value transparency.
Yeah.
You want the information. You
Yeah.
want other people to let you do your job. So, like, this scumbag company assumes they know what I care about, which is money. That's what they think I care about. They definitely care about money. A lot.
Yeah.
Too much, frankly. So much that it motivated them to lie to me. But as I explained to Rachel, and I probably already said in the stream, I may be the world's hugest retard at everything sensory, But once somebody lies to me, all of a sudden I'm magically the most powerful sensor in the world. And I will not be satisfied until someone's head is on the floor before my feet, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, people do this because they see how retarded I am. And then they think, oh, I'll be able to get away with lying to him. And they are for a long time, because I'm assuming they're honest. But once I figure it out, whoa,
Mm.
then I'm very, very angry. And I'm definitely going to yell at you. Unless you're Janet. In which case, I'm going to say, you may not contact me. And I didn't anticipate this. This is one of those slabby things where you want to say, and this is why I did it. But it's not true at all. That's not why I did it. I don't know why I did it. This is how slabby things work, right? I don't know why I said, don't contact. Tell her not to contact me. I have no idea why I said that, because I've been spending like the entire week, or several days at that point, pretend yelling at Janet in my head. And all these things I was going to say to her. I have no idea why I told Dean, tell her not to contact me. But I did. And then, sure enough, immediately she shows up at our door and knocks on her door. Well, you know, that's what I get for for trying to balance this on a box of kitchen bags on a pillow on a bed. It was a bad idea to begin with. I just concede that point. But here's what, oh, here's the camera. No, don't do that.
Oh.
But here's what I don't want you to do is that. You know what's a good idea? Let's try the same bad idea again. Maybe I'll get this bad idea a little bit better this time.
Yes, I'm wearing bell bottoms.
Listen, when I'm on mushrooms, I cannot TE at all. It's just forget about it. So I'm going to nevertheless attempt the same thing again. I'm going to try to balance this on a box of kitchen trash bags on a pillow on a bed.
There's gotta be something like.
Well, what I'm thinking
What's
is,
on one of the boxes?
no, what I'm thinking, Rachel, is I've got to be able to successfully balance this here, right? I did have it successfully balanced for a long time. And then I moved. And it fell over. But you were right. This is a terrible idea. There has to be a better way to do it. However, I'm on mushrooms. And therefore, we're just going to repeat the same bad idea. Because I hate TE so much when I'm on mushrooms. You are right, and I'm getting my way.
It's cool.
That's how things sometimes work. Not
I was
often,
just
but
suggesting.
sometimes. No, you were right. You were suggesting, and you were right. And you're right that you were suggesting. but the thing is, I don't want to try to do anything other than the. I don't want to have to do anything other than with the things that are already right here. I don't want to have to move anything around. I don't want to bring some other thing here that's better. Just fuck it. Just stay there. Don't change. And the other thing is, we can't plug in the laptop, because if we plug in the laptop, it thinks it's completely out of battery all of a sudden. That's why we can't plug it in. Because my laptop has decided that it runs fine on batteries, but it thank you. That's
Wait, why is
appreciate
that
it.
such a personal?
Well, because he made the account to be spiteful, He's a hateful scumbag. That's what they do. He's increasingly frustrated because he's not getting the outcome he wants. He wants to hurt my feelings. Instead, he's mostly making me happy because I'm destroying him time and time again. Occasionally making me slightly annoyed because he's attacking people I care about a lot. But the thing is, he's doing such a poor job of attacking that I'm not too worried that either you or Delilah is going to believe a word he says,
It's definitely like a scumbag.
Oh, for sure.
Like spite monkey.
Hey, the best term for him is hateful scumbag who is like air is too good for him to breathe. He's offending air every time he takes a breath. I don't want him to stop. I want him to keep getting more and more and more frustrated. And adding to my stats of the YouTube channel, of course, right? Being absolutely fascinated with me, so much so that even though I keep hiding it from the channel, he keeps coming back because he just loves me so much, right? Because he's such an idiot. He spends all his whole night trying to hurt my feelings by helping my YouTube channel. And by proving that he's my biggest fan, that no matter how much I try to get rid of him, he will come back in a different identity.
I don't think it's Club and ENTP.
It doesn't matter who it is. It's not a person, right? It's a hateful scumbag.
Yeah.
Hateful scumbags offend air when they breathe it. They don't deserve names. They should simply be referred to as hateful scumbags. Names are too good for hateful scumbags. Identities are too good for our hateful scumbags. What's not too good for hateful scumbags? Me destroying them. That's exactly what they deserve. And keep coming back. All these different identities. Spend your whole night creating new identities to come to my YouTube channel and try to make me feel bad. Go ahead. That sounds like a great use of your time. Idiot. I'm going to spend all night watching Eric's live stream because I hate him so much. I'm going to be so determined to watch Eric's live stream that he will hide me time and time again. I will keep coming back, creating new identities so I can continue watching his live stream. It's fantastic because it's such natural justice. It's natural consequences of being a hateful scumbag. Is that you have to be a retard to be a hateful scumbag. There's no good way to be a hateful scumbag. You can't have any good reasoning or logic or anything, or even an understanding of how you should spend an evening. Know what I'm not doing right now. I'm not watching a YouTube stream of somebody I hate. I wonder why. Could it be because I'm not a complete retard? Maybe. I don't know. Look, I don't understand why I know what other people want. Maybe he wants to watch somebody he hates for hours and hours.
Yeah, some people do enjoy being controlled.
Maybe he wants that. And that's fine. He can want that all he wants. And it still makes him an idiot. You know, I don't need to be, I don't need to know what he wants or why he wants it to know that he's an idiot. You know, I'm not going to assume I know what he wants. Why would I bother granting him even the capacity to want things? He's just a hateful scumbag. He's just something that I shit on for fun. And who else my YouTube channel?
This is like not a new occurrence.
Yeah, we've gone through this so many times. I've been doing that shit for years, right? I've been dealing with people like this for almost a decade. And for the entire time of it, destroying them every time. So I'm not worried at all. Rachel's not worried at all. We know how to deal with this shit. We're professional fucking YouTubers. But I kind of enjoy destroying people who deserve it, so that's kind of cool, you know. And boy, is fucking carrying transitions in for it. Heads are gonna fucking roll. That woman had to have been lying to me when she told me that's their system architecture.
Yeah.
There's no way that's how but their database is made like. It's just impossible. Like, I can't even conceive of like what the user interface would look like if that were their system architecture. Like,
I don't. It's
enter
so
the
backwards.
name of the people who helped who the client first talked to.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Oh, I don't have that information. Well then, you may not access this database. I mean, how could that possibly be the user interface? Right? It doesn't make any sense at all. Yeah, it is non-alcoholic beer. I like beer. I just don't like alcohol. I mean, I do like alcohol. It's too much, but I like beer a lot.
You know who's advertising for Heineken Zero now is Paul Rudd. Which I think is kind of cool.
Oh.
He doesn't drink beer.
Paul Rudd.
Rudd?
I think I like that. Oh yeah, I like that guy.
Yeah, me too.
I like that guy a lot.
Yeah.
He's very likable.
He is very likable, yeah. And I was happy to see him drinking Heineken Zero. Kind of was like,
He's great. Well cast as like this, like nice boyfriend guy or something, you know. He's made to be that. Do you believe we live in a matrix simulation? No, I don't believe things that I can't affirm.
LOL, Mr. Bobby, it's Dave Matthews. I do keep on getting emails from Dave Matthews.
Dave Matthews doesn't have time to troll us. He's too busy trying to get his fans to buy more stupid shit.
But I'm not a fan. Where did I get this?
Well,
How did this happen?
It doesn't matter to him because you're a person whose email address he has.
Somehow,
And therefore,
which is so weird.
He's automated this whole process, of course, such that it doesn't matter to him at all who he's sending things. He's just playing a numbers game. I've got this many email addresses. I've got these bullshit products. I will send it to all these email addresses. And I'll get a certain percentage of people respond stupidly and buy these things and make even more money, which I will then use to make more businesses to sell my stupid fans more of my stupid shit because I don't understand the purpose of money. The purpose of money, we are demonstrating the purpose of money, right? The purpose of money is so that you don't have to work, not so that you have to make stupid email businesses how non-intuitive can you be? You don't know what money's for. Money's for this. Look at us in a hotel, all like super pimped out with this beer. I just like, yeah, of course, like, here's $20, lady, I like you. I'll just take this beer and tip you like, fuck, yeah. This is what money is for, right? It's not for you to do more work. I got a lot of money. Great, I can do more work.
That's totally how he feels.
No, you moron, you work to get money.
And it's true, he does sell out places. He is like the Grateful Dead in that way.
And that's why he makes so much money, because the best way to make money as a
Yeah.
musician is to play live shows.
Yeah.
That if you have a huge fan base that fills your arena as it is, for sure, you know? And he does. Because, after all, he's doing the smart thing. He's being terrible and not knowing it and appealing to a bunch of other equally stupid people, accordingly.
Yes.
He's honestly believing his own bullshit, and so are a bunch of other idiots.
Yeah, I know. It's like, and I think from what I've heard, his concerts like go on forever.
Oh yeah, you can't get enough of Dave Matthews Band jamming out.
Yeah, it is a jam out. They do.
Of course they have jam bands. He's got third slot NE. He just thinks all of his ideas are fucking brilliant and genius and wonderful, and nobody else should have any ideas. And of course, all of his ideas are terrible.
Terrible.
But effective, right? Just like my dad.
Effective.
Just like my dad. His ideas were terrible, but he was incredibly effective.
Yeah.
And that's Dave Matthews. Somebody with history's most terrible ideas, who's incredibly rich and effective, and who has no idea what money's for. My dad did not know what money was for. He thought money was for piloting.
Yeah.
And he hated the fact that occasionally I'd interfere with one of his piles by needing some money. He loved me so much, he wanted me to have more money after he died, and therefore was mad at me for needing money while he was still alive. You know?
Yeah.
This stream's gonna end very soon because we're about to run out of battery.
Oh no.
So just say goodnight, everybody. We might start a new stream though.
I could have sworn.
I'm gonna plug it in. I'm gonna plug it in and hope the laptop surprises me.
Yeah.
Laptop, I know this is probably gonna end everything, but I'm plugging you in. If I can find the hole.
You got it. It's still on.
I'm surprised. You surprised me, laptop.
Maybe the slabs are.
Oh, this laptop is. I keep underestimating it. And I'm sorry, laptop. You're more powerful than I thought. You seem to have cured your own problem.
Show me just as Eric is an expert at finding the hole.
No, but I'm on mushroom. It's like, oh, I'm gonna put something into what do I do? Oh, we're getting pasteurized. Like the time I tried to do a bunch of house shit. After I had to do a bunch of like house shit, or I thought I did. Of course, I've been wrong about what I should be doing all the time, but like I was trying to like do a bunch of stuff with books in the living room. I ate a bunch of mushrooms and tried to do a bunch of like house movie stuff. And all I did for hours was walk in circles around the living room.
It was stressful.
I accomplished 0 things that I was planning to do while on mushroom.
Yeah.
Which is always a bad plan. Don't plan to accomplish things while you're on mushrooms.
Oh, it's so true. You can't do anything on mushrooms.
You just have to let things be what they are. You're either on taking mushrooms or you're doing things. You can't have both.
Nope, you can't have both.
You can try. Oh, the only way you can have both is if somebody lies to me.
It's, like you said, it's not like people. Whatever.
It's like while I'm being mad at somebody lying to me, I'm not on mushrooms. It's weird. And then when I forget that I'm mad about it, I'm back on being on mushrooms.
Sure.
When I'm mad at somebody lying to me, all drugs go away, I'm completely sober, and somebody's in big trouble. It's weird. It doesn't matter how many drugs I'm on, all of a sudden, once I'm feeling mad about somebody lying to me, I'm stone cold sober. I'm always not a secret.
Okay.
Not that anybody asked. But at least my unsolicited information wasn't as boring as an explanation about real estate to a partner who clearly doesn't want to hear it. Wait. I decided to bring my wallet back off. Order all of this. That's all I got. You're on top.
Yeah, I'm really not into gym. I used to go to the gym when I was in New York, and
Guys, doing stuff's for losers.
it was like to pass time. Like I would go on the elliptical, I would run and stuff. But I was also very angry. I was always a very angry person. And
Yeah, I mean, obviously, since there's no need for us to exercise, we're not going to choose to go like, I like to exercise in a sane way. Cameron and I went hiking the other day, for example.
that's
What is not a sane way to exercise? To walk inside without going anywhere.
yeah. You love it when a bunch of strangers watch you grunt and sweat in public. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. And
If you really want to walk that much, go walk.
And right.
Why are you on this walking thing inside of a room going nowhere?
And it's like it's true when they say that there are people who will get on a machine right next to you because they feel competitive or they feel like you doing your thing will push them. And that's happened to me so many times on the treadmill. Like I'll be on the treadmill and there'll be spaces all over and someone will be like fucking right next to me and I'm like, are you kidding me? I was just in a groove and you're now like right next to me. Like it's just like Oh, you're very competitive. How is it? How does it feel to be competitive at the urinal? Yeah, it's a little literal pissing contest. Oh my gosh, fast walking competitive is so funny. It is. Fast walkers, and they would move their hips back and forth. Not easy being a fast walker. Oh, your SP has the strongest flashback. Good for you. What are you talking about? Someone is using Mr. Bobby as... Didn't sound like you. I'm like, Mr. Bobby, like... Honestly, the comments about my weight sound so much like an ex-boyfriend that I had who was borderline has borderline personality disorder, and he would call me chubs. He would tell me to go to the gym and stuff. Like, it's like, fuck you. Like, why are you with me? Why are you with me if you're trying to change me? Yeah, BPD people like to push away the ones that are... It's I used to ask him too, like when we would go out. Yeah, I would not be surprised if the person who is trolling has BPD, because it sounds so... or narcissism. Because it sounds so similar. Like, I got to a point where I'm starting to believe that people with borderline personality disorders don't like their partners. Because I actually, like, when I was with this guy, I used to ask him, I used to straight up ask him, like, do you even like me? Like, you, like, criticize me so much. Like, I'm surprised, like you compare me to your sister, who you hate. So, does that mean you hate me? Like, I genuinely wanted to know, because I felt like he didn't like me. I don't think he likes me. I think he, yeah, that's true. You can't genuinely, it's like guys, right? You can't genuinely like anyone when you hate yourself. It's true. And yeah, he said he loved me. He would also say he loved me during sex, which in my mind, like, doesn't count. And I said that to him too. All these things, like, I don't hide. Like, when I'm in a relationship, like, I'm serious about it. So, like, yeah, it is manipulative. Like borderline personality. I'm pretty sure like, cause like I'm almost 100% sure that Kimberly hated Eric. I don't think she liked him at all as a person. You can love someone. You can say you love someone and hate them at the same time. And um, Liz said that she hated Corey, and she has borderline personality disorder too. So it's like what Fly Guy said. Like, if you hate yourself, how can you love other people? Fly Guy says cluster B people use relationships as a way to control people or use them. Yeah, I felt very controlled. I felt very used, and in the beginning, I was love bombed, so it was very like romantic. But yeah, that love hate thing is real. Yeah, I got like love bombed. Like I was like, cause like I knew him from high school, and he told me that he like liked me since high school, and like we just like I'm trying to think of like what love bombing sounds like. It's it's like all these like so romantic gestures, and then once they have you, boom, it's gone. Here comes insults. They do everything to push you away because they want to have that fight to like get you back because they don't think that they deserve you.
Explain BPD.
Yeah.
If they hate you, don't leave me.
Yeah, hate you, they don't leave me. Exactly.
That's kind of what I do. I learned that when I broke the previous one of those. It's possible.
Well, CJ O'Connell, you probably did the right thing, and you were protecting yourself. Ghosting is horrible.
It's a nice thing.
Yeah, it is a 9 thing. Ghosting is. Thank you. Oh, that's so refreshing already in my hand.
And I interrupt this conversation. With BPD, just tell you about my, once again, absolutely delightful trip to Hawaii.
Cool. I want to hear about it.
So, first I went to the bar and went directly over to where our waitress was. So that we made sure, the bartender, so I made sure I didn't get the other guy. And so I want 2 more of those. If we open one of them. And she said, sure, I put down 220s. She said, you want any change? I said, no. And then I said, but I do want to tell you that I bet you were so delighted at pretending to be interested at that unsolicited and incredibly boring real estate explanation by that horrible guy. And you did such a good job of pretending to listen to it. Oh. And she said, that's why I like you. And I took the beers and walked away. And the thing is, this is why I like her. She likes me for the right reason. It's not because I give her big tips, although she appreciates that. But that's not why she likes me. Right? She gets big tips from that horrible guy, too. She doesn't like him at all.
Right. Because she gets good personality.
She might not get good tips from him because he's such a horrible guy. He doesn't realize that she deserves a huge tip for pretending to listen to his horrible story. Or it wasn't even a story. It was an explanation about escrow. I guarantee you she did not solicit at all. She did
Escrow
not
what
say,
you're talking about?
yes, he was explaining things about escrow to her. I guarantee you she did not say, can you please explain things about escrow to me?
Oh my gosh, no way. Yeah, CJ O'Connell, ghosting is a form of setting boundaries. So,
It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine to ghost people if you're a 9 because you're not good at yelling at people, and that's fine. You don't need to be good at yelling at people. Can somebody please get rid of that? Thank you. You know, I have 8 in my tri-type, so I would never ghost anybody because I want to yell at them. I don't want to solve the problem. I want them to solve the problem. They're the problem. So that's natural for me as an 8. But 9s just want to solve the problem and protect themselves, so they're just going to ghost, which is a good solution when they're not being treated properly. And they're making a smart decision because yelling at those people is not a productive use of their time. It's only a productive use of your time if you like it, like me. So Rachel's ex-boyfriend is back again and still watching my live stream.
so, but I think it's to be. I mean, if it were to, I don't think it is my ex-boyfriend.
No, of course not,
No,
Rachel.
okay.
No, it's the same person. That's my
Okay.
point. Is
Yeah,
that
yeah.
it's
Okay.
the same
I get what you're
person who's
saying.
doing the same thing again, right?
Yeah.
Who's still spending his entire evening creating new accounts to watch my live stream and comment on it. Because he hates me so much. Well, yeah, that's how he wants to spend his time. That's how he wants to spend his time. Fortunately, I enjoy making fun of him. And the thing is, it's a bad idea to try to explain why hateful scumbags are hateful scumbags. There's no good excuse for it. There's no disability, no abuse, no whatever that justifies being a hateful scumbag. So there's no reason to bother trying to explain why they're hateful scumbags because they don't deserve that. They don't deserve you advocating in any way on their behalf.
I think people nowadays just ghost. It's easy, but 9s definitely ghost because they don't like confrontation.
Okay, well, maybe I don't ghost because I'm an 8 ENTP. Maybe some other 8s ghost, but
Yeah, maybe. I don't find that to be the case for most 8s.
but I mean, I would never ghost anybody because I ghost people that I'm happy with, like by not contacting them for long periods of time accidentally.
Accidentally, yeah.
But if I'm unhappy with you, then I want to yell at you. I don't want to ghost you.
It's
Like, especially Janet. For some
yeah,
reason.
let's do Janet.
That was a weird phenomenon, right? Like, why would I tell her not to contact me? It's totally not me at all. It's like, that's not how I do things at all.
I think because you're so done. Like, you're so done. You didn't want to deal with her anymore.
No, I think it's because my intuition was working subconsciously. My NI was working subconsciously and saying that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, it's allowing us to
In this,
contact you.
in this instance, it's the one thing that's going to work most in our favor. In other words, my NI, which I wasn't conscious of at all, was telling me what she least wants to hear is don't contact me. And I think that must be why I said it. Because normally I would never say that to somebody I'm mad at. Ever. Well, except Chloe. Because she got the Raw channel completely eviscerated from the internet, and then had the fucking gall to tell me to remove videos
Oh
that she was
yeah.
in where she looked bad. It was the equivalent of her purposely photobombing a bunch of still photos and then requiring me to try to take down all the photos that she photobombed against my will because they include her.
Oh my god.
So I
No,
told
see,
her not to contact me at all because, again, in that instance, I made clear, listen, I said something like this. Listen, you cunt, do whatever you want. Don't ever contact me again. I don't care what you do. I'm not doing anything you want me to do, so fuck off.
here's the thing though, CJ O'Connell. I'm sure if your friend was borderline personality disorder, you were probably getting some sort of abuse.
CJ, if you ghosted somebody, you did the right decision. I'm
Yeah.
sure. I'm 100% sure.
Yeah.
The fact that you were not sure is natural because you're FI
Mhm.
polar. But the thing is, that's why I'm so sure that if you ghosted somebody as an FI polar person, you definitely made the right decision. If you're a 9, you know.
Yes, Spy Guy is right. Going no contact is pretty standard procedure for abusive people. And they
Well,
can be
well, yeah.
nice.
Well,
They
of
could
course.
seem nice.
No, abusive people, they absolutely, as much as possible, will not talk to me.
No, that's true.
Will go to extraordinary lengths to avoid talking to Eric.
Yeah, that's true.
Extraordinary lengths. Like, Rachel's brother has gone to stunning lengths to avoid ever having to hear a word Eric says. Why
Because this person, whoever it is, keeps on taking the names of people in chat.
Oh, well, that's good to eat for a scumbag.
That's good to you for a scumbag.
Yeah. So, idiots definitely can have good TE. And that's a pretty good plan. You know. It's a good way to cause harm if you're a hateful scumbag, potentially, right? Of course, you also have to continue to be an idiot and not notice the fact that you're spending your entire evening watching my live stream.
It's a lot of effort too. Like,
That's so much effort. It's making account after account
Yeah,
after account after
taking-
account. It's spending his entire evening doing nothing but paying attention to me. And Rachel. Well, he's only really paying attention to Rachel to get to me.
to get to you, yeah.
Yeah.
It is not.
Because he's so insanely jealous that I'm correct and he wants to be correct and is an idiot. That he spends his entire evening and so much effort to watch my live stream and try to hurt my feelings. Even though I'm an absolute expert after this many years at dealing with this kind of shit.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I mean, YouTube allows you to make a lot of new accounts as long as you don't try to be a YouTuber, right? Like,
Oh, so you
you can be
can watch your.
infinite kinds of watcher accounts, and as long as you don't try to do anything on YouTube with them except be a hateful scumbag, YouTube doesn't really care because, after all, you're not publishing on their platform. You know,
Yeah.
so makes sense. But it makes sense in the same way the elevator thing makes sense. It's not intuitive, but it makes sense. Yes, for a while I thought the only way when you get in the elevator, I put my key there. It would only allow me to go to the floor that I'm actually staying on, which is the intuitive conclusion to me.
Mm-hmm.
It turns out that you put your key there, you can go to any floor, and you only need one key there. So like 5 people could be in the elevator and be on floors 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and you just need one key. It's on any floor, and you push all the buttons.
Yeah.
It's not intuitive, but it makes sense because they trust people who are guests here. Because it's kind of inexpensive hotel. Not really very expensive, actually. It's surprisingly cheap for how good it is.
Yeah, and it's a really good atmosphere. Like I
Oh,
really
it's
like the
great.
bar.
It's great. You know, it's actually weird. What the TV says about the hotel is correct. They create um, nooks where you can be private, but you're still always part of this cool community. It is the hotel bullshit thing is actually right in this instance. Whoever designed this hotel was a very smart person. It's both aesthetically pleasing and intelligently laid out. And the reason their planners don't have drainage is because they don't want water on the ground.
Like I is right. Like bipolar can be changed with medication. Borderline personality disorder can't.
Right. People get those confused. I understand why. BPD, borderline personality disorder,
Right.
and bipolar disorder, which doesn't have a letter thing, are easy to confuse. I get that. But bipolar is a mental illness in which you can either be untreated, in which case you're like this kind of crazy, right? Off and on. It depends how much, whatever. If you're if you're on the wrong meds. Or you can be on the right meds and be completely cured. And that's what happened with Rachel. We got the good psychiatrist who found the right medication combination, who told us the right medication combination, and cured her in 2 visits after 10 years of incompetence had been treating her wrong. So they kept her constantly kind of crazy. You can't cure BPD, but if you're an INFP, you can apparently grow out of it? Kind of?
Kind of, because still.
I mean, yeah, it's obviously still affecting Liz, but
She's more aware.
that's the key thing about BPD, right? BPD people will not accept that they are BPD. They'll accept anything else. Like when I told Kimberly, look, you're BPD. The only other interpretation you could possibly say is you're emotionally abusive. She said, I'm emotionally abusive. I'm not BPD. She preferred to be called emotionally abusive than to be called BPD. That's BPD in a nutshell. Those people absolutely refuse to be correctly diagnosed. But Liz has self-awareness all of a sudden.
She's going to therapy. I don't know if that
I don't think that anything because therapists are all idiots, and she's an intuitive, so she's gonna fool every single fucking one of them.
Yeah, that's true.
Unless she happens to get a really good therapist, which she's gonna, if she really wants to solve the problem, she does have a good therapist, and she probably does because she's grown, even though she has BPD. She's the exception. Everybody with BPD who gets a therapist purposely gets a bad therapist.
Mm-hmm.
So they do not get diagnosed with BPD.
Yeah.
That's their number one concern in life.
Mm-hmm.
I will not be diagnosed as BPD. But Liz is kind of amazing. Like of course she's gone through so much shit. She's gone through so much horrible shit. And instead of getting more BPD, she's grown from it. Pretty incredible.
Yeah, it is.
But, we don't understand it at all because we're not FI people.
Right, so.
We can't, it's like, I don't understand how she did that at all because she's my supervisor type. I can't figure out how she does her shit at all. I'm like the ISTP in my relationship with ISTPs, and she's like the ENTP. The only difference is I have the correct map, which empowers me unusually well against my supervisor type, and she is willing to hear me and listen to me. I don't think she's capable of understanding the map really, because she's so committed to her subjective epistemologies and nothing really ever being concretely one way or the other. So, in that regard, it's an atypical supervisor-supervisee relationship because I'm a superpowered supervisee because I have the correct map. Can you explain supervisor type? Well, basically, like I'm the supervisor of ISTP because their dominant function is my tool function, and their polar is my dominant function. So I'm pretty much just as good as they are at TI, and I'm impossibly better than them at ideating, and every time we're interacting, the best they can do, the best they feel they can do, is to do what I say because SE is their tool function. That's why my doctor just, even though when I walked into his office, he said to me, I don't prescribe amphetamines. I'm a general practice doctor. I walked out with a prescription for amphetamines from him, which he's filled month after month after month in like instant time without requiring me to do all the things you're supposed to do. Because he's my supervisee, and the only thing he can think to do is check with his TI that I'm TI correct, which of course I am, and then do what I say, because I'm much more able to be correct than he is. He knows it, and his tool function is SE. That's a normal supervisor-supervisee relationship. The supervisee does what the supervisor says and doesn't feel bad about it. Because it's much better than the benefactor-beneficiary relationship. Benefactors and beneficiaries do not see eye to eye, and the benefactor does not listen to the beneficiary at all.
And see, that's where like socionics gets it wrong, because they say that that beneficial relationship is good.
Because they're measuring impacts rather than what they should be measuring. So yes, my benefactor-beneficiary relationship with my dad was good in that he killed himself and left us all his money. But that's not a good way to decide whether a relationship's good.
No.
You shouldn't, that's why I keep saying, you can't decide whether something is correct, good, right, whatever, by looking at the outcomes. So, no, a benefactor-beneficiary relationship is not a good relationship, even if it has good outcomes. Because the two people don't like each other. One person doesn't listen to the other person at all or respect the other person at all. and the other person knows this, and equivalently disrespects the other person for not respecting them appropriately. And yes, benefits occur. So I benefited the fuck out of my beneficiary type dean, and I'm happy for him. I also didn't listen to a fucking word he said ever.
Mm.
Like, it was shocking to me even how little I listened to that man. Even though I should have been asking him questions about real estate, which he would have answered honestly. But the reason I didn't listen to him is because he was just saying a bunch of FE bullshit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And he was worried about the wrong things sometimes. Like this idea that we need to have the house staged until they waive all the contingencies is pure FENI bullshit. Those people probably don't care about that at all. And they probably won't waive the contingencies under any conditions because there's never any reason to waive the contingencies. You just wait for escrow to end. Of course, I had to learn this, unfortunately, because I'm involved in this boring real estate. So I tried to extract myself from the equation as much as possible. And Delilah is the one who's actually doing the real estate deal. I got realtors on both ends. And I'm supposed to not have to do anything or know anything or whatever. I tried to get it set up like that. Instead, I ended up having to learn about real estate. Ugh. It's like these people are all talking about whether people are waiving or not waiving contingency. Not getting the fact, apparently, that you should never waive contingency, just wait for escrow to end. And regardless, if you waive your contingencies and pull out of the deal, you only sacrifice your deposit. You can always pull out of escrow for any reason at all. The worst case scenario is you lose your deposit, which in Mariposa is 1%, and down here I think is 2%. I mean, if I were they, I would not want to lose my 2% of 1.25 million either. But the point is, everybody's all about escrow like they don't understand how it works at all. Now I finally understand how it works. Escrow is a period where both parties can pull out for any reason at all and say, I don't want to sue him. It's designed to let people have time to think and change their mind about really important deals. And contingencies are there to protect both parties. The reason realtors want you to waive contingencies is because then, if you pull out of the deal, you sacrifice your deposit. So they believe you're less likely to pull out of the deal. Of course, most of the time, they're completely wrong. Like in this instance, those people want to buy our house, and we want to sell it. And we want to buy that house up there, and they want to sell it.
Mm-hmm.
And so nobody's going to pull out of any deal. And waiving contingencies is certainly not relevant to the question. Unfortunately, I had to learn all that stuff. And of course, what do I discover? Everybody's being an idiot about real estate. But of course, the good news about real estate is it doesn't require you to be intelligent. It requires you to be a shark. And fortunately, we have a shark on our side. David is the right kind of shark. He's my shark. Right? Not his own shark. He earns his commission, whatever it is, by being my shark. But he's the one who engineered this whole thing, and that's great. You know, good for him and good for me and everything like that. That's why I don't like real estate. Because the best things that can happen are all stupid. The best things that can happen are all stupid. So, yeah, it's like, great job, us, for randomly picking that guy.
Yeah.
And then we didn't even pick him. We went to that office to ask for this lady who was recommended to us. But he was there.
Yeah.
And he, at first, did what a lot of people do. And he tried to figure out how to get me to like him. I don't want to like you. I want you to do a good job. You know? You don't need me to like you. You need me to believe you are going to do a good job. He did. He convinced me he was going to do a good job pretty quickly by being so good at SE. Like, I could not ask a question or anything or blah blah, which, but he did not come back to me immediately with an answer and immediately the solution or proposal or whatever. It's like, okay, this guy really gets shit done, and I need him because I'm somebody who hums and haws. But I forgot to tell you the other delightful trip to the lobby story. So after I after I had that wonderful conversation with the bartender, I went outside and I was standing by what has now been deemed the tower ashtray. I don't know what they're called. I looked all up and down for a name. That's why I think things should have their names on them. There's this tall kind of ashtray. You put it in, and it's different from a regular ashtray, okay? But I don't know what it's called. Anyway, I was standing there. I had my beer on top of it, sitting right next to it. And then this other guy was smoking over there. I thought, oh, I don't want to monopolize the thing. I'm going to take my beer and Rachel's beer and move over there a little ways so that I'm not monopolizing the thing. And then, of course, I thought, well, I'm going to have to tell people about this when I get upstairs. So I want to know what that thing's called. And I looked all over it for a name. I couldn't find it. So I was standing over there non-monopolizing the thing. And I said to the other guy, I'm like, do you happen to know what these things are called? And he said, oh, it's an ashtray. And I said, I know it's an ashtray. I'm saying, but you know, it's like not a regular ashtray. It's one of these tall kind, right? So, well, I'm actually a German. He said, I know, you sound very German. And you sound like, I'm going to Stuttgart to watch Kraftwerk play. You know, and he laughed at that. And then he said, well, I think we should call it the Tower Ashtray. And I said, I think I like that name for it. So they don't have any other name. We're gonna go with your name. It's hereby henceforth known as the Tower Ashtray.
I like that too.
And I said, well, I'm done smoking now, so you can resume monopolizing the thing. I thought, what a delightful German man you are.
Really? What a delightful German man.
What What a sorry state of affairs when people feel literally entitled to be messaged on a fucking social media app. I'm not sure what you're referring to. I don't know if people do feel entitled to be messaged. I'm not sure. Of course, I'm sure what you're saying makes sense if I were to scroll. Unfortunately, I don't seem to know what to do with the mouse.
Should be on the bed.
Alright, fuck it. I'll use this thing.
Oh.
I don't know, I don't like using this thing.
Oh, it's over there.
What's over there?
The mouse.
Oh. Let's see.
I keep on feeling like I have to pee, but nothing comes out.
I really, maybe you're having prostate
Yeah.
problems. I remember I asked the doctor one time if women had prostates, and he laughed at me.
The sign is inside.
Is it? Heck yeah. Where it belongs, on the floor. Good.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let me see how exactly CJ's confusing thing actually makes sense. I'm not saying it will just clear up, but ideally improve. What's going to clear up? I have to go up even higher. I have to actually get to the beginning of this conversation to understand it. Okay, I guess I do. I guess I have to go to the beginning of the conversation and understand it. Fine. I can almost guarantee that nothing's changed with this person. I stepped away at a good time, honestly, but I do want closure. There's no way I won't get twisted on me, though. Well, sure there is. You say, I've got some closure for you. Fuck off. Goodbye.
Yeah, that's what you say.
I have 2 middle fingers, and I know how to use them.
Or you could say, "Go stink."
Yeah, you could pull it. I have something to tell you later, here, man. Y'all stink!
That's the best comeback.
It really is. It's like, because what are you gonna say to that? Why awesome. Y'all stink!
Like that exactly.
How can they possibly respond to that?
Because like you never hear people say that anymore.
No, I don't stink. Maybe they could say that, I guess. And he's like, no, I mean, metaphorically, you stink. And they say, do I metaphorically stink? I don't know what they would say. I never tried to say that to anybody. I'm curious now what somebody would say if instead of me yelling at them for real. Even though I had a good reason to be mad at them. Okay, let's say I have a good reason, like these people are carrying transition. I've never tried that before, right? When I'm genuinely mad at somebody, I go in and actually yell at them. But I'm now curious what would happen if I went into carrying transitions and walked into their building. I walked up to the lady at the counter and said, carrying transitions? Y'all stink! And then walked out. I wonder what would happen. Like, what they would think, what they would say after I was gone. Like, who was that man? What is he talking about? Why do we stink? Anyway, I keep trying to figure out what CJ is talking about, but I keep getting distracted. And he's almost 100% borderline. Straight up pushing people away on purpose. Right, it's easy to feel bad for BBD people, CJ. It's never a good idea to be near them.
That's why I feel like you're protecting yourself by ghosting him. It's not easy. Like, having fallouts with friends is really difficult. And actually, what you're saying about people being on the BPD person's side, like, that happens a lot. Because BPD, um, there's a, they can have charming personalities. They fake a lot of people out.
Well, CJ, of course you've been angry because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make you betray them as everybody necessarily must because that's their map. People who love them betray them. And because you're a good person and not betraying them, you're violating their prime directive, which is they need to keep the distance between their map and their reality as close as possible. So instead of doing what a sane person would do, which is change their map such that they realize this person won't betray me if I treat them well, they treat you terribly until you do betray them, and then they validate it under the prime directive. They've closed the gap between their map and their reality. And that's how important the prime directive is to everybody. So much so, is it so important to have your map and reality close that if your map is people I love betray me, you will make them do it before you will accept that your map and reality are not in conjunction with one another. Yeah, but even an 8 will end a relationship with a dangerous person by ghosting because you don't want that person to take revenge against your children, spouse, people you protect. I mean, if somebody's genuinely dangerous, like gonna physically assault my family or something, you wouldn't call that ghosting. You'd say, obviously, I'm not in the habit of being around people who are trying to criminally assault my family, right? That's not ghosting, that's just like, as expected, I don't want violent criminals to harm my family. You know, there's no ghosting involved. That's just normal life. That people don't want violent criminals to harm them. But you know, the thing is, like, I ended up leaving Kimberly, but it took years of her not listening to me. But that wasn't what prompted me to leave her. What prompted me to leave her was I got so mad and I was swinging this broom thing around, like hitting the ground with it, and I accidentally hit this glass thing. It shattered. And unbelievably, because we were, with me, Spacey, and Kimberly there, none of us got cut at all, despite the fact that there was this shattered, sharp piece of glass all around us, like falling all over us, except Kimberly got one little cut on it. And of course I felt incredibly terrible by accidentally breaking this thing. But I was still incredibly furious because, of course, what is Kimberly definitely going to do? Not listen to me. Why? Because she desperately needs me to leave her so that she can have her map validated. Mm-hmm. And she is not very intuitive, but she can tell that I absolutely hate it when she refuses to listen to a fucking word I say. And I was so mad at that point that I considered slashing her tires. And that's what made me break up with her. I said, oh, she's making you into a bad person. You're going to do stuff.
Did you ever, when with Kimberly, feel like she genuinely didn't like you?
I mean, she basically told me that all the time. She spent a great deal of time coming up with stories to explain how I was a terrible person. That never began or included any instance of me being terrible. They're just descriptions about how, just vagaries about how selfish and awful I am. Hello?
Yeah. Can you talk about something else? This is fucking boring.
I expected that. I intuited that I was gonna have that. Yeah, because he's so frustrated that he can't make me upset while he's spending all of his time listening to me and calling me to tell me to stop talking about things that are so boring that he's spending the entire night listening to, even though he could choose to do anything else. Like, that's the definition of idiocy. He called me, telling me to stop talking about boring things that he's purposefully listening to all night long. Like he doesn't know how to close a tab or something. Okay, well, I'm incredibly boring to you. I've got a suggestion. Close this tab. Watch something else. I don't expect it to be interesting to everybody. I don't want to be interesting to everybody. If I bore you, I would recommend you watch something else. However, if you are absolutely determined to help my YouTube channel, you can continue creating accounts and chatting and calling and showing me how obsessed you are with me, if you would like, and how incredibly jealous and what a big fucking stupid hater you are. Go ahead. I mean, you want to give me more examples of what an idiot you are? Here, call me again. Go ahead, call me again. But, I mean, because look, the thing is, I want to satisfy you. You obviously are absolutely obsessed with me. So, please, call me again. I want to make sure you get satisfaction. You get enough of the Eric that you just cannot get enough of. You just absolutely cannot get enough of Eric. Why aren't you calling me? You know you can't get enough of Eric. You love him so much. Come on, call me. What's wrong?
What happens if you call him back?
Oh, man, yeah, that's what I should do. I should call him. Oh, it's a fake number. It's not him.
Oh, it's a big number.
It was a 66 number, so I knew it was fake immediately. But, well, what's the matter? Call me again, motherfucker. What are you, chicken? As well as stupid? and a person who likes to watch things that they find boring? Come on, chicken. Call me again. Come on, Braveheart. Come on, Rachel's ex-boyfriend. Come on, all your identities. Call me again. Oh, I get it. You're also a huge pussy. Huh. You're a huge pussy, too. Call me again, motherfucker. You fucking pussy. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, like, honestly, that really is very, pussy-like.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, again, he tries to get me and just fucks himself even double, triple, quadruple. He calls me trying to get me. He just gives me ammunition to prove what a fucking horrible pussy he is. Call me again, you pussy. We're just talking on the phone. I mean, what could I possibly do to you? Strange, I don't hear any ringing. Huh. Oh, I know what I hear. I hear the quiet sound of pussy. That's what I hear. What a fucking retard this guy is. It's freaking hilarious. He cannot do anything that doesn't fucking blow up in his face. Oh my god. Fantastic. Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Oh, now you're not here anymore at all? Oh, now you're just listening to me and you're not writing anything because you're that obsessed with me and that much of a fucking pussy. What a coward. It's like, you know, be wrong, whatever. Don't avoid conflict, fine. But don't try to start a fight and then run away as soon as I go,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
You fucking pussy. Oh my god. Did you forget my phone number? You can call it from your real phone number. The only thing I can do, remember, is call you back and talk to you. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, my God, it's so terrible. I can't possibly talk to him. What a coward. All right, I'm going to smoke a cigarette. I'm sure I'm going to have another delightful lobby experience, but this time it's not going to include the bartender because these were the last two non-alcoholic Heinekens.
Oh, were they really?
Yeah, she said she's going to try to get more, or, you know, she'll inform the people who order it because she knows we drink them. And she informed me these were the last two.
Oh, that's nice.
Let me make sure I have everything. You got my phone? In case a guy called me. So I want to
I do too.
Nobody calls me when I'm in here and not outside. Cause I want everyone to enjoy the conversation, not just me. But you know, he's such a pussy about we call me. So anyway,
Oh, Michael Smith. I forgot about Michael
yeah,
Smith.
that guy's not Michael Smith because Michael Smith was histrionically unable to express anything but idiotic rage that made no sense. This guy is hilariously more effective than Michael Smith at communicating because it keeps blowing up in his face. Michael Smith couldn't even communicate well enough for his own communications to blow up in his face. When he thought they did for the wrong reasons entirely. He thought, like, oh, you're upset because I was so mad. No, I was upset because you called me a rapist or something, you know?
Oh.
Yeah, he called me a rapist because I correctly type policed fucking idiot face, whatever her name is.
Yes.
No, that lady.
Oh.
That stupid lady that we type policed.
Oh, Melissa talks?
Melissa Tops, yeah. Because I correctly type policed her, he called me a rapist.
Oh my God. Wow, Michael Smith.
And then I remember CJ trying to mitigate this conversation, like trying to mediate, that's what I meant to say, not mitigate, mediate. Trying to mediate this and try to explain to him, like I'm trying to be as cool as possible. I'm trying to understand you, but it's hard to understand why you keep calling us all rapists. Given the fact that no raping has occurred.
Oh.
And that's a pretty serious accusation to be making.
Yeah.
You know?
It is.
It's like, in the complete absence of any rape, calling somebody a rapist is a pretty significant accusation. In any context, a very significant accusation. Doesn't matter the context.
No. He left the key. To the room. But I'll let him in. Cool. I don't know why. As for the hey Rubenar. No, it's not gonna end. He's just taking a smoke break. Oh no. I was leaning in to read. I can't really read what's on the TV, so I'm getting closer to the screen to read. I think I was like asleep when this Michael Smith call happened. I don't remember it. My SI is so shitty. Sounded like a young guy. I don't know. I just like, you know all this information about Eric. Like, do you want to be him? So, I'm not sure when we're moving. It looks like it's gonna be the 23rd of January. Oh, Rubenar, you got it. They hate us because they ain't us. Ain't us. That's so funny. Yeah, so I think because we like closed the deal on the 20th, which is a Friday, but we can't move in until like after the weekend. So I think we're moving the 23rd. I think the official date is the 23rd. It's like all moving so fast. I can't believe it. What movie? C.G. O'Hara.
I need to know.
It's something a little bit racist, Mr. Bobby. Just a hint. I don't like jazz. It's too random for me. I like a melody. Do you like jazz, Ashley? Do you like jazz? Now, what about it appeals to you? Oh, you play the sax. Oh, shit. I am sorry. I did not mean to uh, insult your. Okay, cool. It's just that I uh, have a hard time following it. I think it's very sophisticated, and I totally like dig the jazz era. I think that it was important. It's important for music, uh, but yeah. How did you get into the sax? I have seen Whiplash. I liked Whiplash. Although I did watch it to fall asleep too. So. That's cool. Yes, definitely. Rubenar. The teacher was an ESTJ. And Whiplash, for sure. I'm thinking the kid was an ESTP. ESTPs and yeah, I think that the drummer was an ESTP. Hmm. That's. See, I don't remember a lot about it. Um, if he's ISFP, so like he could be ENTJ because ENTJ is like that also. But ISFP, he wouldn't speak much, so like I don't know like how much of a talker that the drummer was with the kid in the movie. He could be ENTJ, yeah. I think he's personally ESTJ, but he could be. You know who's the worst ESTJ in like, what do you call it, pop culture references? In The Great Gatsby, Tom Buchanan. Tom Buchanan is the perfect example of an unhealthy ESTJ. Tom Buchanan. He's an ESTJ. And I believe that Daisy Buchanan is an ESFP. I don't know. I don't know. They say that Jay Gatsby is an INFJ, which like breaks my heart because he's such a tragic character. That whole book is so sad. Yes, Tom Buchanan was the guy that the guy Gatsby exploded at. Exactly, yeah. You'd think maybe ESTP because like he like has the mistress, but no. He was definitely 100% EST. He's the worst version of an ESTJ. Yeah. And Jay Gatsby, so Jay Gatsby in The Great Gatsby, I think is either ENFJ or INFJ because there are times in the book where I'm like, oh my god, like I fucking have been like that. But you know, it's not that great to be Jay Gatsby. He fucking. Could you relate, really, show media? Like, do you find yourself, like, chasing after the past? Mm. Who is accused of selling fake drugs? Do you show media? I didn't. I never was assigned that book. I always wanted it to. I didn't get into it until I was older. I really liked the Roaring Twenties. And that book encapsulates. Encapsulates? Is that a word? It. It shows the. It encapsulates the 1920s very well.
Oh, once again, I had a delightful cigarette smoke, but this time it did not involve an engagement with other people.
Oh, no?
It was me remembering and laughing about the scene from The Office where Jim describes what he knows about paper.
So funny.
He's like, I know this and this, and so yeah. it's like, that's the world, right? It's like the world is the office,
Mm.
and I'm Jim. Rachel's also Jim.
Yeah, Rachel is also Jim, yes. There is no INFJ in the office.
But the point is that the quality that Jim has that both Rachel and I share is like, how is it that nobody else around us seems to get how retarded
Yeah,
this is?
yeah, yeah. That's why he's so relatable. People love Jim and Pam. People, they have like message boards and stuff, and like group chats about Jim and Pam.
Oh, I forgot.
You think that the book, The Great Gatsby, was kind of boring? I didn't. I actually, I like it.
It's super NI.
Yeah, that's why I like it.
Yeah. But I forgot. This poor keeps expecting my phone call to come. Where did he go? He was
He
here
hasn't been
all
back.
night long.
I thought he was going to be back when you left,
And
but
then he called me, and I told him to call me back again. And he's like, "Oh no!" I ran away in terror.
yeah.
Oh God, he so deserves this. Yeah,
No.
he so deserves to lie in this horrible bed he made himself.
Oh yeah, Boba Fett. Michael Pierce had something interesting about the Great Gatsby in one of his videos. That's cool. So maybe Jay Gatsby is an INFJ. I fucking hate that because he's so embarrassing.
No, he's not INFJ. He wouldn't have thrown all his clothes like that into the obvious draggy fashion if he were an INFJ.
Okay.
Possibly an ENFJ.
That's what I was thinking, ENFJ. Because he throws lavish parties and he's able to handle that. Like, I couldn't handle that.
Well, he's good at showing off, but INFJs are good at knowing not to show off.
One of the things that they said is that a woman who attended the party, one time her dress got ruined, and Jay Gatsby a week later sent like a $200 dress to her because Nick Carraway, the narrator, interpreted it as Jay Gatsby couldn't stand people not liking him.
Yeah, well, that's a textbook ENFJ. Yeah. All you gotta do is tell an ENFJ you don't like them, and they will do nothing but ceaselessly try to make you like them until you get them. Just like trouble.
Just like trouble.
And they'll succeed at it too.
Yeah.
We told trouble another certain night. We do not like you. We do not want you here. Go away.
Oh my gosh, so many times.
But he's an ENFJ. So to him, that's just a challenge. Like, oh, you think I can't pass this challenge? You just block me. You say you don't like me now. Then in a little while, you'll be apologizing to me for shitting on your bed.
Shumi says he really wasn't involved in the party, really was he? He wasn't, but he was able to throw them. Like, I think in huge parties that Jay Gatsby threw would overwhelm an INFJ. Like, I can't handle all that. Giving directions to people to like hold a party.
INFJs might want to go to a big
Yeah.
party,
Yeah, absolutely. There's
but they're not going to want to throw one.
no. I couldn't. There's no way that I could direct all that.
It's like, how opposite could Rachel be from ESFJ ex-wife? Rachel, ESFJ ex-wife had a binder that she's been making from childhood filled with more wedding concepts and plans than she could possibly have in 1,000 lifetimes, right? Like you, ha- you have so many different ideas in this book for how to have a wedding that you started this book before you were even pubescent.
I see that. It's like that.
And it's gotten so fat with wedding ideas. You don't seem to get that you have to choose one. Rachel, on the other hand, has no idea what she wants her wedding to be like.
No. I just know I'd rather it be on the smallish side.
Yeah, let's do that for sure. Well, I think our plan is pretty good. Get married at the courthouse.
Yeah,
Don't make
I
other
like-
people
I
be
like
bored by the ceremony.
Yeah, no,
And then
courthouse.
maybe your dad wants to come or something. That's fine. That's understandable. Like, family might want to be there, but
Yeah.
other people, nobody wants to watch a wedding ceremony.
No.
It's super boring. I will want to watch my daughter if she gets married
That's different.
because I'm an immediate family member.
Right.
But inviting your friends to watch your wedding ceremony is not being a good friend. And saying, here, let me obligate you to do something boring.
Yeah. They're so, especially if it's a Catholic one too. Oh
There's
my
no
gosh.
entertaining wedding ceremony. It's like Civil War surgery. The best it can be is quick.
I can't lie. Some weddings I do cry. 'Cause it's like, romantic, but no.
And you mostly want everyone to leave you the hell alone. That's also true. And this is the crazy thing. The truth is, INFJs do not like people. That's why in the song I wrote about me and Rachel, say she's stuck with me because she can't stand other guys.
I can't.
INFJs, in general, don't like people for a good
Sorry.
reason. For a good reason. They're right, and nobody will listen to them. And people keep trying to talk to them about their problems when they just want the INFJ to admire them or something.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
it's, the INFJ is constantly being put in the position that the bartender is being put in. Hey, here's some unsolicited explanation about real estate.
Yeah, it's true. That is.
Okay, well, I'm gonna be nice because I'm INFJ.
Yeah. And I'll even maybe ask questions or something.
Oh,
Yeah.
ask her out.
Oh.
Wow, tell me more. Yeah, it's like my favorite thing that Frank Canada ever said about INFJs. Is anybody else finding this board game soul killing? No? Let's keep playing.
I wish him luck. He's had a lot of success, but he's also he just got married and has a baby now, and I'm like,
I mean, the problem he has is he didn't marry an
I
EHP,
know.
and so he's fucked.
I know that. That makes me sad.
Because
Okay.
INFJs should only marry ENFPs,
Mm-hmm.
and ENFPs should only marry INFJs.
Yeah, he's married to an ENTJ. But he could be totally. But ENTJ could be totally wrong too. Like he's not very good at typing people.
Alright, I've never typed to his wife, but I'm assuming that she's not an ENFP.
Yeah. I don't think she's even ENTP either.
I mean, we're very rare. Not that that's a good
I've
or
never.
bad
You're
thing.
the first. You're the first actual ENTP that I've ever met. Like,
We're very,
right?
very
Because
rare. You thought your friend was
yeah,
an ENFP, but
but
she was an
she.
ESFP.
Yeah, she took the test. She took the online test and took.
And because she's an ESFP, she made it say ENTP.
Yeah.
She took it enough. She took it over and over again until it said ENTP, and then she said she's an ENTP.
She took it. Well, she took it once.
Okay.
But she definitely thinks she's more rational
Then she is
than
because
she is.
completely and utterly, incomprehensibly irrational.
Yes, and I have not heard a word from her.
Right, because the last time she wanted to do that thing to you, right, which is here's an unsolicited explanation about real estate for you to listen to for a long time. I said, and you didn't want to have the conversation. I said, well, just tell her you can call me, but Eric's right next to me.
Flipped out.
She hated it so much. She did not want Eric involved in the conversation. But the thing that she didn't get is Rachel didn't want to talk to her.
No.
Because she doesn't talk to Rachel, she talks at Rachel.
Yeah, she talks at me. And this like independent Rachel that she like thinks of or whatever, like she fucking treating me whatever. I'm not.
No, well,
It's not.
the point is, she's completely cut off all contact with you once she saw that there was somebody who's going to establish boundaries. She doesn't want any boundaries,
She doesn't want any boundaries.
and she doesn't care about you at all. She just wants you to be this sounding thing that she talks nonsense to without anybody calling bullshit on anything.
No, you can't.
Well, you can't do that with Eric in the room without me saying a couple of things, right? And boy, I said almost nothing, and she said like basically like you've been talking this whole time, Eric, and I said almost nothing.
You didn't say a word actually.
I said one or two
Okay.
things.
Okay.
I said, but very small things, like a couple of little things, like, and not things to make her mad or anything really. Just like, well, have you thought about this or a couple of questions or something like that. She fucking hated it so much that somebody other than her was talking.
Yeah. Yeah. She wanted to vent about stuff. She wanted to.
She wanted to use you to vent
Yeah.
again. But now you're not in a terrible place where it's like, I guess this is my interaction I get because this person at least kind of fights for me a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, you
Yeah.
have somebody who actually loves you
Right.
and fights for you.
Yes.
Well.
Right.
So she's completely useless now because her half-assed attempts to fight for you were better than nothing, but didn't justify her being such a terrible friend.
Right. Yeah.
And yeah, she's a little bit mental illnessy, but you know,
Yeah.
get the right medication or something.
Right. Yeah. She was unconfident. She is a she.
She doesn't want to take her meds. She wants to be crazy.
Yes.
As a lot of crazy people do, which is fine. I get it. You want to be crazy, but I'm going to call you on it, and then you're never going to speak to Rachel or me again because you don't want to be called on anything.
Your boofing is a clonopin for Rubenor.
B.O.B. A good idea to boost some Klonopin. The thing is, it's unnecessary though, because Klonopin is one of those drugs you can let melt in your mouth. So it's the same effect as boofing. You avoid the digestive destruction of the drug either way.
Oh,
Yeah.
I never knew.
The only things you should boof are things that you can't melt in your mouth. The other thing you should boof is cocaine if you've done so much.
Really?
If you've done so
Oh.
much that your nose can't handle any more cocaine.
Shit. Oh my god.
Also, people try to boof alcohol when they're such drunks that they can't drink anymore because it destroyed their stomach.
I can't. I'm not I don't like cocaine.
You shouldn't boof weed, no. Because who wants to put a piece of plant up their butt? Like, who wants to put a bud
Yeah,
up their
but
butt?
it would be.
It's from its bud won't melt away in your butt, right? Then you just have to poop it out at some point.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's a good idea to poof weed. But I encourage you to try it. Well, CJ, I want you to try it. I want you to try it and report back on the results. There's a lot of things I want you to try boofing, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. I want CJ to be my boof tester.
I do too, actually.
I want you to boof, after you boof weed, I want you to boof mushroom.
Maybe that's what I'm doing wrong.
I tell you something, Rachel. That's actually a pretty good idea, because my butthole doesn't have taste buds.
Oh my god, yeah, it tastes so fucking bad. The chocolate wasn't bad,
The
but
chocolate didn't taste like mushrooms at all.
no, but I'm not sure how strong it is. Like,
Well,
I don't know.
you're not tripping that hard?
No.
No, well, you didn't eat that many. I
I
ate a lot.
didn't want to.
I ate a lot more than
sorry.
you, and I'm also not tripping that hard. But it's because we're both such old heads at this point.
Yeah.
It's not because they're weak mushrooms or bad mushrooms. It's
No,
just
no, I think they're probably good.
that we take mushrooms so often that they don't work.
Yeah.
But I tripped enough, and I like the name of these mushrooms, which is penis envy.
It's great. They look like.
Oh, they look very penisy,
Yeah,
don't
they
they?
do. Look very.
I'll show you guys what they look like. Here. See why penis envy is a great name for these mushrooms. It's also something I suffer from. I have penis envy. I'm envious of my penis because it gets to fuck Rachel.
Aww. That is just.
Look at this. Look at that.
Wow.
And I'll show you some more of them. They're weird looking mushrooms.
They really are.
These guys all grew up together as a threesome. They're in a polyamorous relationship. These three. 3 penises standing right next to each other, just being like, let's get it on. This one, it looks like it. This looks like a random shape.
It's like, yeah, it does.
This kind of looks like a random shape of something. Kind of roundish. Oops. Like this thing, right?
Yes.
Who would eat this thing?
Ew.
The answer is Eric.
I love that you love him so much. Like I get it. Just like I get so fi, yo. I'm out of my element.
It's destroying your 36 slot function like it does no shit.
Yeah, and then like I start worrying, like you're gone, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what if something bad happens?
I don't think that bad happened. They ran out of non-alcoholic beer at the bar.
You have some of mine.
Oh, that's fine. I got more of that
Okay.
right here. Really, it's like, I want the bar to have non-alcoholic beer so I can have a reason to go to the bar. Because just as that bartender likes us, we like her a lot.
Yeah, I totally dig her. Like I would love to hang out with her.
Yeah, and in fact, I was thinking about, like, she was busy when I was down there before, but, like, if I go down there again, it's not busy. I plan to go talk to her a little bit more and say, like, first of all, if you're working tomorrow, you should just, because they're not going to have these things probably by tomorrow. You should just buy a 6-pack, bring it here. I guarantee you'll profit off of it. They're great. And, um, it'll like, make it worthwhile. And also, remember, just like you like us, we like you too for the same reason. Because the world is apparently filled with nothing but halfways.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a delight to meet someone who's not.
It really is. And like, I really liked your suggestion of me going down to get some coffee and hang out with her like in the afternoon because it's not as busy.
Watch out, Dada. Tell.
I felt really guilty about that.
I just think you wasted a good opportunity to have fun. I don't think there's anything to be guilty about.
Well, I'm so tired.
Well, I mean, you should have slept. That's fine.
But if she's working tomorrow, I definitely will.
Right. Well, I want to go have one conversation with her when it's not super
Okay.
busy, so I'm not interfering with her doing her job.
Yeah.
Find out if she's working tomorrow, basically.
Yeah, find out if she is, because then I definitely will have some coffee.
And I was also gonna say to her, listen, whatever time you get out, if you want mushrooms, we'll be happy to give you some. Because alcohol is like the only drug I don't do. You don't have to hang out with it. You can just take the mushrooms and go home and do them yourself if you want. You know, I'm not trying to make you hang out with us. I'm just saying, we like you too, and we just we're just now beneficiaries of this crazy big real estate thing. We like you a lot, so let us be nice to you. You know. She was married to Michael Jackson and Nicolas Cage at the same time.
Lisa Marie Presley? Did anyone see that Elvis movie?
I'm really curious about that marriage that Michael Jackson had.
To
Well,
So Lucy married Presley?
was he married more than once? Oh, he was married more than once, huh? He married some like Australian lady, huh?
Yeah, and then I think he had the children with her.
That's what I'm really curious about. Because he was clearly not a heterosexual man. And I'm very doubtful that he was able to impregnate a woman.
The movie was really good. I know that Baz Luhrmann.
Oh my God!
Oh my
Lisa
gosh, she
Marie
passed
Presley
away.
died.
Oh, that is so sad. Did they say what from?
Yeah, marrying Michael Jackson. Sorry. Too soon?
Cardiac arrest. Oh God.
He just closed his eyes and thought of fill in the blank with fucking her. I mean, I'm not sure he had a penis.
I'm not sure we had penis
I'm not sure what was going on with that guy, but the idea of him successfully having sex with a woman seems intuitively very unlikely to me.
Wow, I am so sad to hear about that. That's
Yeah, I
very
mean,
young.
my contemporaries, the ones who die young, have started to die. Like my cousin Julie, Lisa Marie Presley, that lady from the Cranberries. You
Yeah.
know. But that's to be expected. A certain percentage of people are genetically not fit for ages over 50 or 60, you know. They're just destined to die younger because their bodies aren't equipped properly for long life. They're the opposite of my body. You know, it's like some people, they're trying to do these normal things, perfectly normal things, but because there's something weird about their heart, for example, it's not normal it's not, for them it's too much, you know, and then they die. And it's not their fault for thinking they should be able to do normal things. It's not their fault for having a heart that doesn't allow them to do normal things.
Yeah. Like I'm learning, like my body is much more sensitive to. Uh,
You can't take as many drugs as me.
no, I can't. You are a badass.
It's not necessarily a good skill to have, Rachel.
I know, but
But I
you
agree
know.
with you. In the terms of who can take a shit ton of drugs,
This
I
guy.
am a badass.
Yeah. I mean, your body really fucking takes it. It's impressive. It really is.
There is speculation that MJ was castrated, that his father had him chemically castrated as a kid to keep his voice pure.
Ah.
Well, it's just speculation, but um, I think a very interesting speculation.
Yeah, that is.
I mean, there are those crazy parents, like yeah, I'm glad Boba Fett brought up the Williams sisters. Like, what the fuck is that father doing? He's decided his children will be professional tennis players, and decided that they will spend all their youth becoming that.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter at all who they are or what they want or anything. It's just you two will be professional tennis players.
He probably takes all the credit for like their wins too.
Well, he should. After all, he spent their entire childhood forcing them to play tennis. So yeah, he gets credit for them being good tennis players. He also gets credit for being a shitty father.
Yeah.
Oh, I love watching sports
Me too.
because I'm not evaluating my entertainment of watching sports by whether or not the sport player's father was shitty. You know, I'm not worrying about that when I'm watching sports at all. I'm interested in sports because they're authentic, the drama's real, and you know that because sometimes it's boring blowouts.
True.
But the good news with sports is there's so many sports on right now, you can probably find some good game in some sport. And it's like, if it's a good game, and both teams are competing hard back and forth, and it's close, it kind of doesn't even matter what sport it is. It's fun to watch.
Yeah. I really watching golf. It's very relaxing.
Yeah, golf is relaxing to watch. I like to go,
No.
you just missed the
Yeah.
hole by like this much. You putted so well, but you still didn't get it in.
Aww.
But good try. And then, oh, his ball landed in the sand.
Oh.
It's gonna be harder for him now to get it into the hole because first he has to get it out of the sand. You could do it. Oh, he hit it out there, but it bounced back and now it's back in the sand.
That would be me. Somehow.
We saw that just the other day when we were watching
Oh,
golf.
yeah.
There was a guy in a sand trap who hit it up onto the green, and then it rolled all the way back to exactly where he was standing. And you know, when you're watching golf, you're like, oh, your ball went back in the sand. That's why golf's relaxing, because you have these following things in watching it. Oh no, you're in the taller grass rather than the shorter grass.
Yeah, the taller grasses are the shorter grass.
Oh no, you landed in the sand. And oh no, you were so close to making it into the hole. You almost had a birdie, now you have a par. That's why golf's relaxing, because there's so few things in it, and each of the things matters so much. Like,
Yeah.
how you landed in the middle of the fairway, that's good. You land on the side of the fairway, that's good. You land a little bit more on the side of the fairway, then you're in the slightly taller grass. That's bad.
Yeah.
But not necessarily bad. Because sometimes, if you hit it out of the slightly taller grass, you still have a great shot and you land right up there on the green. But in golf, there's a lot of attention to how tall the grass is. The shortest grass is on the greens. The second shortest grass is on the fairway. The third shortest grass is called the rough. And the fourth shortest grass is not grass. It's either water or sand.
I didn't hear that.
That's golf for you. So it's like Jim describing paper, but about grass. There are three different heights of grass. Very short, short, and less short.
I only, so like I'm not, I only want to see the Elvis movie because Baz Luhrmann directed it, so it's got to be like glitzy glamour.
Elvis movies? I don't know if I've ever watched one, but I've seen parts of them.
Oh no, like the latest one about him.
Oh, about
Yeah.
Elvis made a lot of movies, but they
He
were
did.
mostly all terrible. And the thing is, he didn't want to make those terrible movies. Interestingly, but Hollywood refused to cast him as anything but Elvis in these horrible like
So true.
Elvis in Hawaii movies, in the same horrible movie over and over again,
Over and over again.
in different settings.
Mm.
And he didn't want to do that movie, but that's the only movie he could get.
That's so funny, Rubenar. Anyone get guesses on types of the Office characters? We've been watching The Office lately.
Jim's an ENTP, Pam's an ISFJ. Michael Scott is typeless because he's written as an impossible person. The
Dwight Schrute's
Dwight Schrute's an ESTJ.
I think Angela is an INTJ.
Who's Angela?
The blonde.
Okay. Yeah, she's such a she's so effing boring. You know, that is so stern and effing boring.
What do you think? Oh yeah, we don't know about Roy yet.
I know I don't like him. I don't know what type he is, but
You think Ryan, the temp guy, is ISTP?
I'm guessing Roy's an ESFP.
Mm.
He doesn't get the importance of words. So he tells, Pam is super mad at him when he says, if I weren't dating Pam, I'd totally hit that shit. Because she's an ISFJ, she gets mad for the wrong reason. We're not dating, we're engaged. And the reason he's an ESFP probably is because first of all, he's obviously very interested in sex.
Mm.
Second of all, he's got poor intuition to say that, right?
I'm gonna look up.
Why is your phone so hot? We'll take off the cover. Why do you have the cover anyway?
So that when it falls, it doesn't break.
Oh, that's a good reason, I guess.
Yeah, that's what Apple does to you. They make you buy things because they break easily. I'm gonna socionics.
The reason I don't ever have a cover thing on my phone is because it interferes with both the microphone and the aux hole.
Yeah, it does.
You need to learn more about Elvis Presley and his family, though. Yeah, you do. I've been saying that for years, CJ. I was just telling Risha yesterday. The problem with CJ, he does not know enough about Elvis Presley and his family. And it makes me furious.
Okay, so Pam is ISFP, right?
No,
she's socionics.
socionics. Yes, in socionics she's
And then
ISFP.
he's an ESFP, okay. Contrary relationship, so extinguished share type.
Right. She's trying to FE he countervalues it. She has as a value precision of language, and he doesn't care if he calls the person he's engaged to somebody he's dating, you know,
Yeah.
because for him, engagement is just this thing you say so that you can stay in this relationship and keep fucking without any commitment, really.
Yes.
He's got to be cheating on her.
You see.
I bet you he is, because if you're the kind of person who says, if I weren't dating Pam, I'd be hitting that shit, you gotta be cheating on her. You're obviously thinking way too much about sex. But I will find out. That's true. The very interesting thing about the Office was how like devastated emotionally I was at the end of this one episode.
It gets your heartstrings.
But then how in the next episode I realized I wasn't devastated emotionally because it was so sad. I was angry at Pam for being unfair. And then when Jim successfully did say, you know what, fuck it. If you're going to be like this, Pam, I'm going to go out with this hot chick here because I got all kinds of game. And then he informs her, oh, I'm going out with this chick right tonight. And then Pam does this fantastic scene where she is putting on some lip gloss and conveying with her face, with no words, so much information. It's fantastic. And all of a sudden, I went from feeling devastated in the previous episode to feeling immensely satisfied. Because even though Jim and Pam aren't together yet, Pam got what she deserved. She had to feel jealous, like she should. Because when she's in a relationship, getting laid, and then also flirting all the time and really liking and appreciating Jim in a way that should lead to him having sex with her, she's trying to have it both ways.
So, I just got a missed call from a 626 number, Pasadena.
Well, let me call him back. I'll call him back. It'll be. I'm just returning a phone call I received from this number.
My name's O'Shannon. I'm gonna blow my brains out.
Oh, it's the coward.
Yeah, I knew it was.
Yeah, of course. I knew too.
No, okay.
And guess what? He hung up on me. I'm calling him right back.
How do you get my number?
That's a good question. Oh, guess what? That's right, I forgot. He's an incredible. Hey, pussy! Hey, pussy! Hey, pussy! Pussy!
It was good, man. It was good, man.
Listen, I've got you off speaker, so I can't even hear a word you're saying. I'm sure you're not listening to me at all. But I do want to convey to you this. You're not just a hateful scumbag. You're also the hugest fucking cowardly pussy in the world. You called my wife's phone instead of mine. What a fucking cowardly pussy you are. Oh, you hung up already? Let me call you back again. This fucking pussy. I'm not done shaming you, pussy. Answer the phone. You cold Rachel.
The text reach is not available. Please leave your message after the tone.
Oh. Here's my message. What a fucking pussy. What a cowardly piece of shit. I keep calling his ass all night long. I just keep calling this pussy. I can't believe he has a number that he called Rachel that I can actually call back.
Where did you find my number?
I don't know how, I mean, if you're an idiot, you can find anybody's number because you're able to use TE and the internet to figure out what your number is, right? It's like people are so concerned about sharing their personal information online, like what my address is. Anybody can find out what my address is. It's public information.
Yeah.
Anybody can find out what my phone number is. It's public information. Equivalently Rachel's phone number. And yet people are terrified about sharing their address and phone number, even though anybody can find it out at any moment. Just by Googling it.
Yeah, by Googling it. That's what I was thinking.
I can't let your phone open.
Oh, sorry.
Can you just tell me the number? I'll call from my phone.
Okay. Six 460-3194.
That's 1-626-460-3194. Because, you know, I'm not the only person who can call him. You guys could all call him, too. Wouldn't that be fun? Well, come on, pussy. Come on, you stupid fucking coward. Answer the phone. If you wanted to call me. If you wanted to call Rachel.
Yeah.
I thought you wanted to engage in some fashion. Oh, that's right. You're a horrible fucking cowardly pussy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, everything this fucking idiot does blows up in his face. You can't fuck with me and succeed. Because I'm a straight shooter. I'm trying to be honest and good all the time. So there's no way a hateful spite monkey can succeed against me. Because I have all the moral high ground. And I'm very articulate. And he's a hateful coward. So of course everything he's going to do is going to blow up in his fucking stupid ass face. Anyway, so apparently now he's too scared to answer the phone. He thought he wanted to call me. He thought that was going to work out well for him. He thought he wanted to call Rachel. He thought that was going to work out well for him. And now he's going like, why am I still watching Eric's live stream? I can tell you why. Because I'm absolutely fascinating, and you're a complete fucking moron who can't stand the fact that you're interested in me. fantastic. Fantastic stuff tonight. I really love it when stuff like this happens. You can't fuck with me because I'm very good at not letting other people have ammunition. That's why I walk a straight and narrow, right? So I'm very honest. Because if you don't do things properly, you're just giving other people ammunition to use against you.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want somebody to do to me what I do to that fucking tard. It's impossible to do to me because I'm not a hateful scumbag. I'm just somebody who loves beating them up. And you know, who doesn't enjoy a hearty bowl full of justice? Anyway, I think Rachel's about ready to stop streaming.
I took my medicine, so.
So I'm going to stop streaming as a consequence. Have a good evening. I will probably go downstairs and watch this live stream that we just made while Rachel goes to bed. And the reason I'll do so is because I suspect this live stream will prove very delightful for me to watch.
Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.
Thank you, Rachel.
Yep.